Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our July 22nd regular Board of Supervisors meeting. As customary, we will start out with our moment of silence. How many do we have a moment of silence this morning? I know okay.
Yeah, Wayne Reed Turchin from Cobb Mountain Pizza. He was just a fixture in the pizza parlor for Friday nights, soccer, sports team afternoons, all kinds of events. He was just there, and we're really going to miss him. He was a really special part of the community and business owner.
Is there another one? I have one other. Last week, Wednesday, the tribe of Robinson lost an elder, Wanda Galvin. A lot of her life she spent as a nurse taking care of elders and seniors and folks who are sick. Her services have already commenced, but she leaves behind her family, and we give her family our greatest condolences. There's not any other. Give her a moment of silence. Is it Nancy? Would you lead us in the pledge, please? No? Lloyd, can you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Sorry about that. I didn't. Thank you, Lloyd, for stepping up.
I think you would have gotten the same reaction from Johanna.
I didn't. I haven't? Oh, you're next.
You're next.
Item 4, consideration of extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. Do we have any?
We have no extra items.
All right. Approval of consent agenda. It looks like we have 5.2, 5.3, 5.5, and... Yeah, no, that's what we have so far. Okay, and as you know, or if you don't know, consent agenda items are commonly non-controversial. However, they can be pulled for later discussion, or if there's anything to be adjusted or fixed. And it can be done by the Board of Supervisors or by anyone in the public. So if there's any others from the board, I'll open it up to the public if there's any public that would like to pull anything from the consent agenda. None on Zoom? Betsy, if you want to unmute and let us know which item you'd like to pull from consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Betsy Kahn. Would you be so kind as to pull and explain item 5.6, the properties being listed for a purchase under just compensation?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we got 5.6. All right, Kelly, if you can unmute.
Good morning. This is Kelly Page on behalf of Social Services. We'd like to pull item 5.5. We need to do a little bit more work on this one, and we'll be bringing it back at a later time.
Okay, yeah, we have that one listed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, so if there's any, are there any others? All right, bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve items from the consent agenda 5.1, 5.2, 5.4, and 5.7.
5-2 pool?
Oh, 5.2's pulled.
5.2, oh, take that out. 5.1, 5.4, and 5.7.
Second.
Susan?
5.3.
That one's pulled.
That one's pulled.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I approve the ones that can be approved.
We have 3 we can approve and 4 that we have to discuss, so, all right. We're
Motion
good.
stands.
Lloyd, are we good? All right, so we have a motion. Did I hear a second?
Second.
Oh,
We have
right.
2 over here.
Oh, sorry. See?
All right. We all second it.
All right, well, I'll take Supervisor Owens. A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 5-0. All right. Item 6 is timed items. We have 6.1, public input. Public input is a discussion or a comment from anyone in the public who would like to talk about something that's not on the agenda. Just know that it's not something that the board can engage in. You have 3 minutes, and if you could please state your name for the record and fill out there's a document up front too, so if you want to fill out the document as well, so we have it on record. And whenever you're ready.
Hi, I'm Diana Williard.
Please, the microphone. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Diana Williard. These are my boys, Elijah and Anthony. I am an IHSS worker for them, and I am just asking you guys to consider a livable wage. This is already a difficult road to go down that we're making the best of it. But quality of life, with everything being so expensive in the area, I am just asking you also to consider, I'm not able to go out and work a different job. The quality of care that the kids require is very high. Anthony elopes and runs into the public, has no sense of danger. And so thank you for hearing me, and I hope you guys have a great day. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
And I need to fill this out?
Yes, if you could, please.
Okay.
All right.
Morning, everyone. My name's Miles Matina. I'm a new intern over at Public Services, and I got a couple flyers here to pass out. I'll leave them up at the front. But we're doing a kids' summer day camp. It's our second annual one over at Cobbiton Park. It's July 29th through the 31st. It's going to be super fun. There's the police department's coming out, fire department, sheriff's office, and it's going to be really great for the kids. And we're just looking for any means of extra promotion. If anybody you guys know or you guys as well can get it posted on the Facebook and, just word of mouth. We're just getting as many families as we can. So I'll leave the stack up here. Is that cool? And that's about it. Thank you guys.
What's
so
the
much.
date?
July 29th through the 31st. It's from 9 to 1. It's a couple days. So ages 7 to 11. Should be a great time. Thank you, guys.
I've heard about you.
Well, thank you for that.
Nice to meet you, Miles.
Hi, my name is Vicki Osborne. I live in District 2, which is Bruno. Good morning. My name is Vicki Osborne. I'm a Lake County IHSS worker and an SEIU bargaining team member. I'm here to tell you and speak on wages, something that affects me and the 24,000 people you have under IHSS providers in Lake County. As we negotiate our new contract, we are asking something familiar, simple, a pay that reflects the cost of living. Rent, groceries, gas, childcare, everything has gone up. Meanwhile, our pay has not kept pace, and we have not had a contract in a year and a half. Hold on. Our previous contract expired at the end of 2023. In fact, many of us are struggling to make ends meet despite serving this county and taking care of seniors and the disabled. In fact, many of us work multiple jobs just to get pay. We are not asking for luxury, we're asking for dignity. We need wages that can keep up with the cost, and we will recognize the hard work and dedications we bring to the job every day. The work we do to ensure Lake County's most vulnerable people can receive care in the safety of their homes. You believe as much as I do that everyone deserves to be paid what they're worth. This is about livable wages, our essential workers, and this is about ensuring that providers can continue to provide good care for the people in familiar places. You have the power, and I believe you will, to ensure we can have a livable wages. I ask that you support our contract negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come up and speak?
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
My name is Roseanne Domingo, and I'm an IHSS provider. I also serve on the bargaining team for SAO Local 2015. I'm District 3. I think I belong to you, EJ. Okay. Like many other IHSS providers in Lake, I take care of a family member, my Uncle Ernie. It might seem like the work we do only affects our own family members, but it actually impacts for the entire community. IHSS providers and Lake give thousands of older adults and people with disability the care they need, and we save the county millions by keeping them out of expensive living facilities. This is a crucial part of our healthcare system that should be a high priority in the county's budget. Our contract has been expired for a year and a half. So many caregivers in Lake County are barely scraping by because our wages have not kept up with the cost of living. And these wages are not competitive enough to keep workers in the industry. In 2023, more than 400,000 authorized care hours went unused in Lake County. We can't lose good caregivers to other industries that might pay higher and better wages like McDonald's, Taco Bell, Burger King. Because of the number of people who will need care in Lake is only going up. We're aging, all of us. Investing in long-term care is a win-win. You're ensuring the security of people who need care and the people who provide it. That includes families, but it also includes seniors and younger people who have built close relationships with care providers they didn't know personally. I'm asking that you consider this as we continue negotiations for an agreeable contract. Thank you. Thank you all for listening to us today.
Thank you. Did you get a piece of one of the documents right there? Yeah, if you could fill that out. Thank you. Thank you for your comment as well.
Good morning. My name is Siva Jameli, and I'll start with my age. I'm 70 years old, and I'm having to work part-time with IHSS because I can't live on my Social Security. Now, 70, most people retire with other professions. They're retiring, not us. And I find it shameless that we have to fight every time we come up to a contract with this county. We are having to show up in force and tell you that we need a raise. You should already know that. Our wages are below what McDonald's is getting. You can check that fact. They're getting $20 an hour. I'm getting 17. And I'm 70. I won't be able to retire from IHSS because we don't get paid enough. I can't save. My Social Security isn't enough to live on. And you guys have that power. You have the power to give me a contract that's a livable wage so I don't have to work so hard at 70. I have 189 hours a month that I fill. Can you do that? I'd like to see you do it. I don't think you can. But I do because I don't have a choice. I don't have retirement to look forward to. I can't even pay into retirement. That's not part of the program. So please, when you consider our negotiations for this contract this time, be reasonable. Realize we need a good wage. Things are getting more expensive every day. Gas goes up and down, up and down. And we have to drive, most of us have to drive distances to our clients. So please, I'm begging you, use your conscience. Think about if you were doing this job. Could you live on that wage alone and not have to work so hard when you're 70. Please, I want to retire just like everybody else. I don't want to still be having to do this job at 80. But can I save any money? No, because I don't get paid enough. I barely make it from paycheck to paycheck. And I'm sorry if I sound like I'm angry, but this is the first time I've had to battle the contract. Every time we come up for negotiations, we have to go through the same route where we have to come many times to ask you guys to help us. Why? It shouldn't be that complicated. It's not. You know what living wage is. All right, I hear you, Bella. Thank you very much for listening to me. And I'm sorry if I sound like I'm angry, but like I said,
okay.
This isn't the first time I've had to come to this podium about my contract. And it gets a little tiring after a while. And you do have the power to change that. So please, think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come up and speak? All right. Any on Zoom? If you could unmute iPhone SE and state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Skyla Lewa, Pillsbury Family Farms, and I speak today for accountability. Because while many of you sit in positions of public trust, too many of you have forgotten who placed you there. You have let that trust erode under the weight of cover-up, misstatements, and outright violations of the public trust. We've watched it unfold in real time, people scrambling to rush procedures, cutting corners like it's standing operating procedure, and making decisions that are well beyond their legal authority. That is not carelessness, it seems to be corruption with a smile. We've witnessed perjury, statements made with the intent to deceive, and worse. We've watched those lies be treated as fact while the truth was sidelined, redacted, and buried beneath bureaucracy. Let me be clear. This is not how public service is supposed to work. The county does not get to weaponize its position, then hide behind the process. The county does not get to erase the truth with a memo. The county does not get to defame a former business owner who refused to kiss the ring and then act like it's part of regulation. Because it wasn't regulation. It was retaliation, pure and simple. When an honest business owner was targeted, slandered, and publicly humiliated by our county. Not because they broke the rules, but because they would not play along with a particular department head's game. Let me remind this chamber, the people you're pushing out are farmers, entrepreneurs, and families, and county workers just like those we've heard speak before us. The public is not your enemy. The public is this foundation, and we are the hands that feed this land, and we are the people and the minds that fuel this economy and the hearts that build this community. When we ask for fairness, when we ask for transparency, and we ask for equal protection under the law. And when I say this next part with all the weight that it deserves, justice is not a slogan, truth is not a footnote, and fairness is not something that you get to hand out based on obedience. As Russell Means once said, the United States does not practice what it preaches, and that if it did, the truth would not be feared. Justice would be reserved for the few. And that same spirit lives here. This county fears the truth because the truth reveals the crack in its power. The truth is not something the county gets to manage. It is not a tool, it is a force and a living fire. No matter how many walls the county tries to build around it, the truth will still rise. Justice belongs to the people, to those that you tried to erase, to those that you keep slamming the door in their face every time they keep trying. And to those who have been cut down by the system only seem to come back stronger. We come to remind you that we already exist and that the ground that we stand on has memory. It knows who upheld their duty and it remembers who betrayed it. So while the mic is on, the truth is moving, remember, the public is done being silent. Muleham.
All right. Is there any other public input? All right. So we'll go ahead and close that portion of the agenda and move on to our 6.2 Pet of the Week.
My favorite part of the week.
Good morning. Animal Control Officer Pelayo, and today we have with us our new Animal Control Officer Pearly, as well as Cub.
So cute.
Oh.
This is Cub. He came to us about at the end of May, and he's about 4 months old. When he and his 8 siblings came in, they were sick and had foxtails in various areas. since then, as you can see, they're very healthy, and 6 of his siblings have already gone home to happy homes, and he and his 2 siblings are ready to go and neutered and spayed and everything. And if you're interested in taking them home, you can come into 4949 Hellbush Drive and come meet your new best buddy.
What do you think his breed might be?
He's presumed to be a pit bull terrier mix.
So cute.
Thank you.
He looks
Thank
like
you.
I don't think we've ever had such a quiet dog.
I know, he's so
I didn't even know we had
sweet.
one in the room.
Right.
I was thinking he had a little bit of
We'll move on to our 6.3, a presentation of proclamation designating the week of July 20th through 26th, 2025 as Probation Services Week here in Lake County. Vice Chair Rasmussen will be reading this proclamation, and if you're here on behalf of this proclamation, please come up and stand with Vice Chair Rasmussen.
Look at that. Fíjate, no.
Good morning. There's a cow?
Probation officers, did you?
Yeah,
You did.
they do fill the room.
I wish we had this being law enforcement.
Come down by me,
When they all
Jeremy.
show up.
Okay, good. Hey.
Got everybody?
Yeah.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Well, good morning. I'm honored to be able to read this proclamation. And this is a proclamation designating the week of July 20th through 26th, 2025 as Probation Services Week in Lake County. Whereas the Lake County Probation Department's purpose is to improve the quality of life of individuals in Lake County by enhancing public safety, acknowledging staff accomplishments, assisting victims, and offering hope of a more productive lifestyle for those on supervision. And whereas probation professionals play a unique and essential role in the criminal and juvenile justice systems, keeping communities safe by providing justice-involved individuals with accountability, support, services, and tools necessary to safely and successfully re-enter society. And whereas probation departments serve as key connectors within the justice system and the community, maximizing the resources available through courts, local governments, law enforcement, social services, behavioral health providers, schools, crime survivor organizations, and nonprofit agencies. And whereas comprehensive training equips probation professionals to manage the trauma and complex needs of offenders while safely connecting them to the support and supervision necessary for successful reentry. And whereas probation departments have a profound impact on the community's safety and well-being by addressing the root causes of crime through individualized supervision and support that reduce recidivism. And whereas probation fosters a safer, healthier Lake County by ensuring that individuals serving their sentences within our communities or those re-entering communities after incarceration are equipped with the tools, services, support, and supervision they need to be safe and successful. And whereas we recognize and commend the critical role of Lake County's probation professionals and celebrate Probation Services Week in honor of their ongoing dedication to justice, rehabilitation, and community safety. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed, the Lake County Board of Supervisors designate July 20th through 26th, 2025 as Probation Services Week to highlight Lake County's probation's immense contributions to the community, and passed and adopted this 22nd day of July and signed by our chair, E.J. Crandall. Thank you. And I know you have partner agency here as well, behavioral health, and anyone else. We also appreciate their integrated work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors and Chair Crandall. I do want to start with maybe not a high note, but our industry this month has had 2 tragedies fall it. And I think during this time where we highlight the work our team does every day, I want to acknowledge those 2 things. On July 10th, Joshua Bird, a parole officer in Alameda County, was shot at the parole office and lost his life. He had a wife and 3 children. And San Joaquin Deputy Probation Officer James Christensen, on the same day, was set on fire at the probation office in San Joaquin County, and he is still hospitalized and recovering from his injuries. And it just is a highlight on the incredibly dangerous work our staff does every day. They come in and they're dedicated to making Lake County safe and changing people's lives. And that's what they do. They do it with big hearts, with dedication, and they're here tirelessly every day. And I'm very proud to work with each and every one of them and all of our partnering agencies. And we just are so thankful for this proclamation today. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to not to cry. Hi, Elise Jones. I'm the director of Lake County Behavioral Health, and I've had the privilege and honor of working with Chief Deputy Probation Officer Mon Franz, as well as many other people, and it. I think we're actually a model. Is it good now, Sam? Okay, a model of how to work together. In the state of California, to be honest. Some of you may know, but some of you may not, that we actually live together. We're co-located in an office building in the Lower Lake area, which is really great because we serve a lot of the same people. And so now we can just walk down the hall and talk to each other, coordinate. So that's just one of the many ways that we've partnered together over the years, but we wouldn't have gotten to that really great place unless we had such strong working relationships. And I know firsthand, we have a lot of staff at Behavioral Health that have came through Lake County Probation. One of them is here today, and there are others who are in all the way in the front lines. Working with people to leadership, and that is a testament to the work that probation does in developing people who find themselves again, find their own power, and allowing them a way to make better choices in service of our community. So just thank you so much.
Hey y'all, my name is Mountain. Some of you might know me from my radio shows. Some of you might know that I work for Lake County Behavioral Health as a peer support specialist. But there was a time, actually 6 years, 8 months, and 3 weeks ago, I was actually a client. And I'll tell you, I came out of prison. Officer Morphin was my parole officer, and I had not a clue what I was going to do. And but I did know this: I wasn't going to use anymore, and I wasn't going to come back. And what I wanted was for him to show me a little respect, and he did. And with that, I showed him respect. The respect I get, and I get it every day from you guys when I work with you and with the community. It was earned, and it was that respect I had to earn it because I had to be another way. But you guys taught me that, and I thank all you guys for loving me and respecting me and guiding me. At this point in my life, I work for Lake County Behavioral Health. I'm also now working with the Justice Evolved team. I never had that dream because I didn't think it was possible. I'll tell you a quick little story because it means a lot to me. when I started working for Lake County Behavioral Health, Officer Morrison see me at a pit count. And he goes, "Hey, what are you doing here?" And I go, "I'm starting to work with these guys." And he got all emotional, and I got emotional. And that was the respect I needed. That was the thing I needed to drive me to say, you know what, I can do this. And then through the years, I've talked to you, I've talked to many people, and they just treat me like I'm not that old outlaw I used to be. And so the biggest thing I get out of working with you guys is that you motivate me because you show me love and respect so I can go on. And now, today, I get to sit in the judges' chambers and work with the court system. And, you know, I'm a different part of the court system, all because of you guys. And with that said, I just want to, you know, thank you. Thank you all.
So I just wanted, Rachel Dillman Parsons, Lake County Social Services Director. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Wendy and her entire team for the support they provide to child welfare services and making our families and children stronger and safer in Lake County. So thank you all for everything you do to partner with us.
Thank you. If there's anyone from the public, please come up. We'll go that. Yes, please come up, sir.
Good morning. My name is Alexander Ariola. I want to thank you guys for having me today. I am here to talk about some of the chapters of my life and some of the things I have endured. I grew up in Modesto, California with my brother and raised by a single mother. My dad was in and out of my life, so I never had a really father figure growing up. Without him in my life, I escaped to the streets. My mom was always working and there was no one in my life to teach me right from wrong. I basically went to the streets for comfort and found my way in and out of the system. The elders and the folks I looked up to in my life were older men who showed me love and support and loyalty. At this point, I didn't know what I was getting myself into. I found myself being raised by gang members, and I looked up to them as father figures. They taught me how to function on the same level together as a neighborhood and to commit crimes together like a family. At that time in my life, I created revenue for the gang and supported their habits. I thought this was something I wanted to be part of. At age 11, I began going to juvenile hall for stealing cars, possessing firearms, stabbing rival gang members, and assaults. From this point on, I became a ward of the courts. I was sent in and out of group homes, and I ran from two of the group homes I was sent to. I was on the run for about 2 months before I was caught. Eventually, I was caught and sentenced to 118 months in California youth prison. All I knew growing up was violence and assaults. That was normal to me. It's all I knew at this time in my life. Every day in CYA was filled with riots and fights. It became my way of life. The way I was taught to resolve any conflict was with any type of violence. In that world, if you don't react the way you would become a victim yourself. I was discharged from CYA after 2 years and 3 months without any violence in the facility for the prior 3 months. I ended up on adult probation in Stanislaus County at age 19. I was still very active in the gang life at that time. I was sucked in by money, power, greed, and what the gang life provided me. I became a target of the gang task force and was eventually arrested just for my association with other gang members and who I was working and hanging with. I have spent very little time in county jail. I ended up taking a deal for 3 years in state prison for a robbery I committed at age 21. I did 2 years and 10 months in state prison for that case. I discharged on parole at age 24. 5 months later, I found myself going back to prison for a year and 8 months. During my last 6 months of incarceration, my brother had gone out of prison and was living with my mom. He was very involved in gang life as well. Because of his lifestyle, my mother's house was shot 27 times. At this moment, I grew distant from the gang lifestyle and began to think the way I was living my life. I began to look towards the future and realize all the loyalty that was preached to me was all false propaganda. When I was released from prison the second time, I was on PRCS in Stanislaus County. I decided the only way I could change my life was to change my environment. I transferred my PRCS to Lake County, where I moved with my wife and daughter. My past experiences on probation, parole, and PRCS, I felt just like a number. Moving to Lake County has changed my experience within the system. I used to run from supervision because I didn't trust that I was getting the help I needed. Since moving to Lake County, I have a personal relationship with my PO. Since moving here, my PO and I talk every couple weeks, and he has supported me in getting my driver license and finding a job. He has taught me nothing happens overnight, and through his support, things are starting to fall in place. I am learning to think about the long term of being part of society and giving up my gang lifestyle. Within the time frame of supervision in Lake County, I have taken advantage of their tattoo removal program. This was not easy. This was not an easy decision for me because my tattoos were earned. I have to learn to let go of my pride that I had once for my gang and focus on the future of my family. And I realize if I don't break the cycle, I will not be present in my daughter's life the way my father was not present in mine. If I continue to choose the way of living that I used to, I will never be successful. I am now focusing on my family, doing what's right, and being present in their lives. Thank you for having me. I appreciate your time.
Anyone from the public still want to come up? You still have an opportunity. All right.
My name is Jordan Garcia, and I used to do lots of bad things when I was younger, and used to hang out with the wrong people. Used to just like, I got a good set of parents, but I was just like, not pay attention to them, not listen, just go to school, not do anything in school, and would just hang out with the wrong kids, and then got into some big problems where school could have been gone for a long time, made my family sad, and that made me sad. So I was trying to do better for my mom and dad. You know, they raised me pretty good, and like, so I don't know how to really explain it, my bad, but yeah, so me getting into a bad situation really changed my life because I don't know how to explain it, my bad, but
You speak from your heart. You're doing good.
yeah, so me getting into a bad situation changed my life. I went to jail, could have gone to jail for a long time, made my parents sad. Yeah. So like that changed me, like how I would view things, and like it changed the way how I view a lot of things. Used to just like always be outside doing bad things with my friends until I got into that situation, and that changed the way I started viewing things. Went to jail for a little bit, got out, decided like never want to go back. Don't want to make my family go through things again for my dumb decisions. And like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just, yeah, I don't know how to explain it. It's just, my bad. I just don't know.
You're good. You did great. You're doing great.
So, me going through all that made my family, everyone in my family, you know, go through it with me too. Miss my family every day that I was in jail because of the bad decisions I did. And had my family it wasn't just me going through the problems. It was my family too. You know, they had their son doing dumb decisions they shouldn't be doing. And so, you know, my bad, I just don't know how to explain it. I'm not a good speaker. So, you know, me getting out and realizing like the dumb decisions isn't a good way of living life, I decided to change my lifestyle and like go to school, stop hanging with bad influences, got a job. You know, I'm trying to do better in life for my parents and my family. Yeah, my bad. I just don't know how to explain it well. Yeah, my bad.
Is there any other public input or anyone that'd like to come up and speak?
Yeah, I'd like to say something.
Come on up.
You're all parole officers? Probation? My name is Matthew Monk, and I come from Butte, Glenn County. I got 5 times in prison under a C number, so it's been a long time, okay? If it wouldn't have been for the cops and probation parole in Glenn County, I wouldn't be here. I'd be doing a life sentence, you know, for stuff. Okay. Why the officers decided to help me, I don't know. They seen me fighting for my kids. When you started talking, man, I was trying to keep from crying back there. I'm 65 years old and this is my first meeting. I came down here to see what y'all look like, okay? Because I've been conspiracy theorist for 40 years, talking shit about the government, and then it was brought to my attention a couple of weeks ago, I really don't know anything about my government. So that's why I'm down here, and congratulations, both of you guys. You know, don't stop, because I'm 65, I ain't quitting, but thank you. I just want to say thank you, seriously. You know, appreciate you.
That's awesome. Is there anyone else that would like to come up and speak? If you're on Zoom, please unmute and state your name for the record, and then go ahead and say what's on your mind.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Angela Amaral. I just want to say that Lake County is fortunate to have such a great probation department. Lake County Probation Department focuses on helping people, not just enforcing the law. They go above and beyond to help people to become better people into society, and they stay actively involved. Those of you that remember my name know who you are. Kevin, I see you. And I can't thank you guys enough for all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for him? Do we have any other? No? All right, I will close public input at this time, and we'll let the board speak if there's anything. I know that I'll start out and say that really grateful to see the collaboration between behavioral health, probation, and other agencies, you know, social services. I know the sheriff's department that gets involved as well. We're starting to get into another era, or new era, where we understand that a lot of these things that people do, that we do, you know, I'm not exempt from having a troubled life. A lot of things that we do comes from our upbringing, and a lot of things that happen as children or things that we never were taught. Parenting, I can speak for myself. My mother didn't know how to be a parent. She had me at 15. So with that, you know, we have hard lives. We do these things. Other relatives that I have on the rancheria, or even when I lived in the city, it was a lot of had to do with parenting, a lot of examples. And so we want to belong. We want to go around people, no matter what their goal is in life. If it's bad and it's stealing, or it's, you know, gang life, as long as we feel accepted, that's what we care about. You know, that's what we're looking for. And so working to have that collaboration gives the opportunity to really get to the root of that, so there's no recidivism. It's a very hard situation, but really glad that you're all here. Really glad you do the work you do. And thank you for coming up and speaking. You're very brave, and just keep up the good work, you know, and break that cycle. You know, break that cycle for your children and for your nephews, nieces, or cousins, or whoever. You know, and sir, thanks for coming up and sharing your story on the side over here.
Glenn County.
Any other supervisors? Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I'll keep it short just because I think the presentation speaks for itself. Appreciate the programs that are being run through the probation department. It is being highlighted in the state. I know Director Jones mentioned that we can use this as an example throughout the state. CSAC highlighted the program, called me and said, oh my God, what's happening in your county? So it's amazing that we're doing the work that we're doing, trying to change people's lives. The two folks that came up and shared their story, thank you very much for sharing your story. Part of my job is to take phone calls and help folks and connect folks, and it's not just businesses and other politicians and people like that, it's everybody. So we have a card outside. I don't really care if you live in the city of Clear Lake where I represent or somewhere else. Reach out to one of us if there's anything that you ever need. We can help guide you and provide you connections to jobs and other things like that that we want to help you with. At least I want to help you with. So please take advantage that you're here. We're here for you, not the opposite. So thank you.
I'd like to say thank you to everybody, our probation officers. You guys are obviously doing an amazing job, and you've touched a lot of lives, and you can see the fruits of your labor right here in this room. For those that got up and spoke that have been through the system on the other side, that was a huge testament. We have somebody working for us now. Is it Mountain?
Yeah.
And we have somebody coming in from Glenn County, and we have a couple of others in the audience. And you know what? I was fighting tears listening to you guys talk. So that was huge. And so this is a testament to how many lives you have changed and going down the right road. And I'd say kudos and keep up the good work. And I'm really proud of all of you. Thank you.
Supervisor Pyska?
Well, and thank you for all your work on the front lines every day, because you are the face that people see, and it's your hand that's holding these folks' hands as they walk through the system. And with behavioral health, I mean, I always say collaboration is our superpower in this county, and we're getting really good at it. And I do also want to mention that I had someone reach out to me about 2 weeks ago that he called me, I think it was 3 years ago, really desperate for help, and has been through multiple of our departments. And he reached out a few weeks ago to let me know that he's clean and sober. He's gone through Hilltop, and he is working on getting his children back. And it's all because of your help. So thank you so much.
You good, bro? All right. All right, well, is there any closing remarks that you would like to know? All right, well, Sam, I think we're ready for a picture here.
Does she want to, do you want to come up here with us? Shorty, you want to come up here?
I think she's trying to say you're short.
I said Shorty.
I think it's you. Move over.
Every Saturday morning. That voice.
Emily's dad, that's the identity.
The identities we live by. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wendy.
Bye, Wendy.
Wendy.
Thank you.
Obviously, you need a team. No, I said.
We should take a quick break. I know we're behind, but it's already 10. Let's see.
Isn't that our norm?
Yeah. We'll go ahead and take a quick break. I know we're behind, but we'll take it right now so we can get into it from here. So we'll come back at 10.
Bug the chair more often.
All right, welcome back from the break. We're going to go ahead and move on to our 6.4. Consideration of a letter of commitment for the Enhancing Wildfire Prevention through Targeted Defensible Space and Fuels Reduction Project in Lake County's high-risk Clear Lake and North Shore neighborhoods, project of the Lake County Resource Conservation District, CAL Fire Wildfire Prevention Grant number 788-73218. Supervisor Pyska, this looks like you are the sponsor for this, and I see that we have Terry Loxton here as well.
I am the sponsor, but I'm going to pass it off to our Chief Climate Resiliency Officer, and I think that we've got Resource Conservation District on Zoom as well.
Correct.
Julia
I think John is on, I'm not
Is it
sure.
John?
And John Vandervoort.
Okay.
And Deanna Fernway. So thank you, Board. Terry Loxton, Chief Climate Resiliency Officer. I'm here today to present for your consideration a letter of commitment that would be written to the Lake County Resource Conservation District. And we're really excited about this project, or I know I am, because when funded by CAL FIRE, it will complete defensible space implementation on at least 100 lots in the North Shore area, including targeted fuels reduction on approximately 45 abandoned tax default properties and paper lots that pose a long-standing and intractable wildfire risk to residents. Complete defensible space implementation on at least 100 lots in the city of Clear Lake, focusing on the densely vegetated avenues or Chapman Tract neighborhood. Serve as CEQA lead for proposed fuels reduction activities. Treatments will focus on properties located within the very high fire severity zone and prioritize connectivity with critical evacuation routes wherever possible. And then we have two different types of events. So the first one is it will give funding to the Lake County Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services to deliver Operation Lake County Ready, a bilingual public education campaign that will feature open firehouse events, so at each of the fire districts. And then North Coast Opportunities will bring that all together and hold a one-day summit with panels focusing on home hardening, the staff that is with NCO that is on the call will talk about that. So we're very excited, and we hope that your board will support this grant application by the Resource Conservation District.
All right. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Sabatier?
So I appreciate that there's not any specified properties and that it's working with the communities to figure out what's best and what's needed for both the North Shore and for the Clear Lake area, and that it's such a diverse number of properties, which will have a greater impact, in my opinion, and spreads out the issue that I have with gifting of public funds to others. One of the things that I just want to mention, and it's not anything that's needed to discuss, I just want to highlight it. We just had a conversation with Sonoma Clean Power. They have a legislation that opts people in automatically. We have other opt-ins that our schools are using, and I really think we need to look at changing the way the state law goes for right of entry, where if we're doing fire protection for communities and not just for one specific property, such as vacant lots and especially paper parcel lots, we need to change the laws to allow us to do, if you sign this and say you want to opt out, that's great, or else we're sending you a letter that opts everybody in to do this type of work. I think that it's a necessary tool, because this right of entry, especially for 100, that's probably going to be their biggest hurdle to this entire process. Appreciate that you're doing it, but I want to find ways to reduce the barriers, and just the fact that we had that Sonoma Clean Power conversation where we are automatically opting people in. Why can't we do that if we're lowering the vegetation and limbing up trees? We're not destroying, we're not tearing down trees, we're not tearing down buildings, we're just mitigating the potential for these fires and disasters from happening. And I just think that's a doable thing, and hopefully that can change in the future.
Thank you. That's an interesting idea. I hadn't thought about that.
All right. there's nothing else, I'll open it up for public comment.
Board of Supervisors, thank you guys for all being here today. I don't think that there's anything else on the agenda that could possibly be more important than this particular issue right at this point in time of the year. Thank you guys for putting this all together and bringing it about, all the different agencies and groups that are working together, taking into account everybody's wants and needs. It really shows your ability to reach out into a broader spectrum as opposed to just being isolated here. So, well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier?
If I may, thank you, Supervisor Pyska, for putting this on the agenda. I know there was some outreach when I was away, and I did not jump on this right away, so appreciate Supervisor Pyska for bringing this to the board. Since there was kudos being given, I wanted to make sure to direct it to the appropriate place.
And yeah, this is just a letter of support, so it's only the first step, but it speaks to what I was speaking of earlier with collaboration, is we spent years building the Risk Reduction Authority and investing in relationships so that we could get to this place where we are putting together a really collaborative, high-quality grant application. So hopefully we're successful with this.
So.
All right, so with that, I think we just need action, right?
Yeah, let me just...
Boyd?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I want to check if there's any public comment in Zoom.
Oh. All right.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the letter of commitment for the Enhancing Wildfire Prevention through Targeted Defensible Space and Fuels Reduction Projects in Lake County's high-risk Clear Lake and North Shore neighborhoods. Project of the Lake County Resource Conservation District, CAL FIRE Wildfire Prevention Grant 788-73218.
Second.
And Mr. Chair.
Lloyd?
Just to authorize
And authorize the chair to sign.
All right.
Still second.
So I still have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0-0. Thank you very much. And thank you for being on, and in case we had questions or anything like that, and thank you for being a part of this. All right. Next, we have our 6.5, consideration of presentation on phases 1 and 2 of the Climate Health Adaptation and Resilience Mobilization CHARM Lake County Program. And Terry, I think you were leading this as well. Trevor. I want to hand that to Trevor.
In California. Good morning, Board. Again, Terry Logston, Chief Climate Resiliency Officer. I'm here today to present the team from Tracking California and Sarah Ryan from the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians on the CHARM Lake County Collaborative Project. It is a partnership with the Center for Disease Control's National Environmental Public Health Tracking Program. The Climate Health Adaptation and Resilience Mobilization, or CHARM Lake County Program, has recently completed phase 1 of its work to support resilience and safety in natural disasters. And today they're going to talk about some of the results from phase 1 and give a presentation and talk about what's next for phase 2. So I will turn it over and let you all introduce yourselves. You have to speak directly into the mic.
Thank you. Thank you so much to the board for making time for us today to give this presentation. I'm Susan Poliukonis. I'm with Tracking California, part of the leadership team of this project.
Hi everyone, my name is Scarlett Sands Bliss. I'm a research data analyst with Tracking California and part of the CHARM team.
Hi, and I'm Michelle Wong. I'm also part of the leadership team on the CHARM project.
And we're also joined by Terry, who will be joining us as part of the leadership for phase 2, and Sarah, who has been an absolutely vital partner through all the phases and other projects as well. So, okay, we'll jump into it. Here's what we're going to touch on, a little bit of the history about...
Sorry, just real quick, Sarah, did you want to come up and join up top? We can get a chair. Okay, all right, just making sure because you were announced as one of the folks, so sorry for the interruption.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and we will be calling on Sarah for questions that come up. So we'll give you a little bit of the history about the project, and then we'll really be focusing today on what we've learned and some of the recommendations that we can offer the county and the board, and then a brief preview of where we're going. We have new funding for the next 4 years. And we've done the introductions, I think, for everybody except Alicia from Big Valley, and we really appreciate her service on this project as well. So what is this thing? It is now called Community Health Adaptation and Resilience Mobilization, Lake County. So same acronym, but for funding reasons, we decided to make a couple of changes in language. This project it finished up in May, was a 2-year, essentially a planning grant funded by the National Institutes of Health, and we started this during the COVID era, which was interesting and exciting and did a lot of things remotely. As we mentioned, it's been a true partnership between Tracking California at the Public Health Institute and Big Valley. Absolutely could not do any of this work without that partnership, and we so appreciate it. And the goals were first and foremost to bring together as many different people who work with, in particular, at-risk communities in Lake County around issues of climate resilience. So bring all those folks together and have a forum where regular cross-communication and collaboration could happen. And we'll show you who we were able to bring to the table for that in a moment. And then we really wanted to focus on issues of extreme heat and harmful algal blooms, which we know are a significant problem in Lake County and climate-driven. And then take everything that we could learn during these 2 years, and we did a lot of deep diving into collecting data and learning from people to develop a plan. And Scarlett will be presenting the findings and the roadmap that came out of all this work. So these are the different agencies and organizations, tribes, municipalities that were a part of the working group. And we just cannot say enough how much we appreciate these people. Almost every one of them took time out of their professional life to do this. A few folks had some compensation and were outside of professional time, but most people, and I know everyone in these agencies, is incredibly busy and stressed, and so very appreciative for their time. Next slide. And here's what we got from our efforts. So we did a public survey, and it was a very lengthy survey. I think we estimated that it took most people about 45 minutes to fill out. So we were thrilled that we got over 200 responses that were clearly from Clear Lake. It was a public survey, so we got some folks who were, who were out of town, but we got this number of people who clearly lived here, had awareness of the various issues, and gave us so much information about their experiences, their challenges, and all things heat and harmful algal bloom. And then we did a deeper dive with the most at-risk communities. We did one-on-one interviews that typically lasted about an hour. We'll show some of the communities that we worked with on the next slide, but they were very free form, and we just asked people about their experiences with these kinds of events and heard many, many stories from them. And we have a lot of snippets from those stories to share in the roadmap that Scarlett will be sharing. We had 13 working group meetings, and we really endeavored to have these be bi-directional experiences, so that we were hearing a lot from all those folks who were on the working group, but we also wanted to contribute to their work, help support what they were doing. So one of the first things that we did as a part of the project was to collect as many different, we just call them resources, but they were other programs, state-led programs. I know we connected some folks with granting programs in the state. Some of the tribes have been able to leverage those, but programs that were similar in other states, federal programs, all kinds of things, and then lots of data sources. And we compiled all that and shared that with the working group. And those resources are also available to anyone in the county who wants to leverage them. They are a part of what Scarlett will be sharing with you. And I don't think it will come as a surprise to folks here that there were many at-risk groups that we identified, and of course, full acknowledgement that many people fall into more than one of these groups, which makes the challenges and the barriers to resilience all the greater. But these are the groups that we identified and that we focus on in the roadmap. And Scarlett is going to take over and show you what we found.
All right, thanks you all. I'm going to switch over to our web-based view really briefly. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know. What was that? Switching screens. So one of the first things that I said as we've shared the roadmap more publicly is, as we're thinking about an action plan or a way to summarize everything we learned from communities over the past 2 years, we started really hearing from our working group and other folks involved that what would be much more useful to them is a really digestible, navigable, and easy to use website rather than a PDF report that came out of these first 2 years. And so the roadmap is a website. We also can continue updating it. We can add resources as folks submit them to share them with us. And that's the goal. It's meant to be usable. It's a distillation of all of the work that we've done over the past 2 years and what we've learned from communities through the different events that we held over the past 2 years. And importantly, it's not a new plan. I think it's really meant to be a tool to supplement the work that the county is already doing, and all of the partners that we had through the first 2 years have been doing, and to create some other additional testimonies and data and evidence that all of these directions to support resources that support folks' resilience during heat waves, power shutoffs, harmful algal blooms. So this is the home page here. Let's see. And now we've got Wi-Fi. And we organized it again based on a lot of feedback from our working group in 3 different kind of ways of being able to search through the information. You can look by natural hazard or climate-driven event. You can look into information by vulnerable community, and then by the strategies that were kind of brought together from all that information. More information about the project is in this About the Roadmap page. A lot of it is linkable, and we hope it's, cite it, use it in any way that is helpful to your work. And then we also have a lot of information about kind of all of that asset mapping, formulation of the working group, and then this data collection effort. The interviews that we did were done all in partnership with Big Valley, Sarah, Alicia at Big Valley EPA, along with Michelle and I and a couple other, and Susan. Many of us did interviews with folks, and we're just really grateful for the amount of time that folks were willing to, and stories that they were willing to share with us all across the county. So an example of a page organized by natural hazards could be extreme heat. Each one will give a little bit of a background on the challenge at large, and then specific populations that might be at higher risk to extreme heat. This is something that we all already know, right? And then a bit about specific data of extreme heat in Lake County. And then where it gets exciting is kind of these highlights from the surveys and interviews. And during this process, we were able to include questions, like this is very small, but when you get a chance to go look at it, questions that our partners wanted the answers to, and people in the working group were really interested in to work with their projects. So one of them was, we work closely with the COAD, Community Organizations Active in Disaster, and Tammy and Pastor Shannon. They were really interested in understanding how far away a cooling center or a resilience hub would be for someone to still be interested in using it. So we present a lot of that data throughout the roadmap. And then on every page will be people's stories. And so I really encourage, as you're curious, and if testimony is important to a grant application or the work that you're doing, to take time looking through all of these quotes. This is a brief snapshot of the, over 60 hours of interviews that we have from folks. And we're also really happy to continue sharing kind of the results from these surveys and interviews as it's helpful on a, case-by-case basis with folks. You can also search by vulnerable communities in Lake County. An example here might be people experiencing homelessness. We worked closely with county behavioral health peer support centers to do a range of interviews during the first phase. And then, we highlight groups that work with that county, that population in the county, and then more community voices. And then finally, I'll just highlight the strategies. So this is where we collect kind of everything that we heard from people into specific strategies that are already being undertaken in the county through so many different efforts, but can be underscored by what we heard from the community. And Susan's going to talk about these a little bit more in a minute. And then the last thing that I'll point you to is this resources page, a place that can be continuously added to. This includes that link to the inventory of all of the anything climate, health, and extreme heat, harmful algal blooms related kind of database that we built up over the 2 years and share with the working group, as well as a lot of county, state tools and hazard mitigation plans and offices, links to different resources. So I'll stop that share now.
Thank you. And as we move into talking about the strategies and a few recommendations that are oriented towards a county level, I just really want to but just acknowledge and appreciate how much is already going on. I think that was one of the most interesting parts of this for us, is seeing how many different agencies, entities, NGOs were already working in this space and learning so much from them. And all the more easy to then look at where there are still some gaps. So if you want to advance. So we did break this into 6 strategies. I just pulled out a couple of strategies that are particularly relevant to the county for each of these. And I'm not going to go into a deep dive. I think if you want to just advance, a lot about resilience centers. I know the county is working on resilience centers, COAD is working, tribes have resilience centers. We have a lot of recommendations there, and a lot of phase 2 of this project will be focused on resilience centers as well. So we see a lot of space there. A lot about transportation. We talked about this with the Risk Reduction Authority yesterday, and I think there's a lot of ways that transportation could be improved in emergencies, and we have some ideas that are in the roadmap. Communication and coordination, it's just really what we're here to talk about, is keeping these most vulnerable and at-risk communities in mind during the planning. And training, always essential. Really a lot, we heard so much about trust in the at-risk communities and needing to have already built up that trust before the need for action is there. And then finally, data and monitoring. And one of the things we just wanted to call out, because we know it's on the agenda, is around cyanobacteria and making sure that meetings and conversations and communications are still happening around that. And the very important monitoring work that Big Valley is doing, I think is really vital, and a lot of people really rely on that. And just talking really briefly about phase 2, and then we'll wrap up. We have been awarded a 4-year continuation grant by NIH. This is an intervention study, so it's a complex what we're doing. We're not just kind of coming in free form working with different communities, but very set systems that we have to do in order to evaluate the intervention. But we're very excited about it. We're going to be working with a lot of different resilience centers that you can see on the right there, and focusing on 4 of those most at-risk groups: seniors, unhoused individuals, tribal members, and outdoor workers. And we hope to be working with even more folks in the county and as we go along and learn more during this process.
And one last thing I would say about this is kind of what we learned from phase 1 is our big goals here are not to reinvent the wheel, but to work with these existing trusted spaces that already de facto serve as resilient centers, or communities, unhoused folks, tribal members, seniors, and outdoor workers are already going to for support during heat waves and these different events. And then also to connect them with resources that already exist. So making sure everyone has access to Lake Co-alerts and making sure everyone has an emergency plan for when, a wildfire might happen. So kind of really continuing to connect to existing resources is the goal.
And just a huge appreciation for everyone who worked with us. You can see many of the different events and gatherings that we had, and some of the materials that were developed. And I think that's it. And these are our contact information if you'd like to follow up with us. And that is we changed some of the slides, so the distribution will look a little bit different. And then we just put this back up here if there are questions about any of that. And thank you so much for your time.
All right.
Thank you.
Sarah, did you want to add anything, please?
Thank you, Sarah Ryan, Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. This has been a great project because it's an opportunity. It's been an opportunity to really dive deep into our most vulnerable communities in Lake County. I certainly remember, I'm sure a lot of people do, that during the PSPSs, not having any power, and some of those days were quite hot, or, you were just in the elements, and what do you do during those emergencies? This project is to help create those backstops, and it was very interesting to actually check in with all of our working group members to see, what are your policies, what are your plans, your programs to deal with extreme heat when it happens. And so we're all learning and growing with this together, and we've been able to, not only hear from the people who are affected, and, actually during a tabletop exercise where we were pretending, just kind of like, oh, this disaster will happen, and this disaster. So the cyanobacterial bloom, the toxins will be so bad, there's danger levels everywhere, and then there'll be a fire, and then there'll be an evacuation, and then this extreme heat wave. It actually happened like the month after, so the guy who set up all of the potential things. So, we really are dealing with this, and it's fantastic to be working together with the county and all the other folks that are part of the working group to make sure that people aren't suffering as much, during these extreme heat events. And that was the goal of it, is just how do we limit that suffering and get people to resources. So yeah, just wanted to, I'm glad we got the funding, and Tracking California has been just an amazing partner leading this charge and working with us. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Supervisor Sabatier.
I appreciate the report, and apologize that I have a negative that I want to share. I don't like the way it's worded in the who is at risk in Lake County, that it says exposure to Clear Lake. If it said exposure to HABs, I would completely understand, because that is an absolute risk, but just generalizing it to the exposure of Clear Lake is not a healthy way to describe the lake throughout the year, throughout even our summer. And I think it's a little too broad and places a very negative connotation about our lake and how people should. We have signage. We have there's times where we have to put out press releases, and we have a very good process. In fact, we'll be talking about that a little bit later today. But the fact that it says in a public document exposure to Clear Lake is a risk does not make me happy for how we're conveying that message to the outside. And I wish that we could change that to just exposure to HABs, because HABs can occur in other bodies of water.
I thank you so much for raising that, and I think that's an easy one. I think we just fixed that, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. We do have our issues when it comes to climate change and the experiences that we unfortunately have had and will continue to have, so I appreciate this report, and thank you for taking my comment in a positive way.
And if I may add,
Yes.
This is like Scarlett said, it's a living document, and we know that as we compiled the feedback that we got and the data, we're framing it from our perspective. The working group has had a chance to review, but we know folks are busy. So we do expect and hope that as you look at this and see that something might be framed in a way that is not productive or maybe is not accurate, that please do let us know. We're really happy to change it. Nothing here is for us. I think it's really here to support the work that's happening in the county and other the tribes and the NGOs. So just welcome that, and we will be adding a link to a feedback form, and our contact information is there as well. So if anybody sees something that is inaccurate or has a recommendation on framing, we really welcome that.
Thank you for that. Any other comments from the board? Did you want to add something before I open it to the public, Terry?
I just wanted to add that I think that it is, as you know, as we write grants, of our different departments, it's a lot of times very hard to get Lake County specific data, and this is that opportunity. And so I'm really thankful for the phase 1 and to continue in phase 2 so that we have actual things to use to justify the work and to request funding. So thanks.
Awesome. If there's anyone from the public that would like to comment, please come on up, or if you're on Zoom, Betsy, if you would unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Scarlett and Sarah and everybody that's been involved in this. It is every bit of what they have explained. It's a very important project and very helpful. I just have one concern. We keep saying harmful algal blooms, when in fact we have a lot of problems promoting the county, as Bruno said. You know, the exposure to Clear Lake conveys a risk that really is not proportionate to the problem. My concern is that we keep saying algal, and because algae is necessary and important to the food web. For the most part, with the very rare exceptions, it's not a harmful living thing. What is harmful is cyanobacteria. This is my personal campaign. I've been asking people for the last 20 years, basically, to stop saying harmful algal blooms because it's confusing for the public. And how you could deal with that, I'm not sure. I mean, if you could say harmful bacterial blooms, that would be more specific and clearer, even if it's a couple of more syllables. But I really want to put that into your thinking about how we, deal with this problem that we have on the economic development side, where the folks that are trying to solve these problems are talking about how bad it is for our economy. But I think that the public needs to understand the difference, and if we could promote that, I think it would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. Yes, please.
Betsy, thank you so much. It's wonderful to hear your voice, and I appreciate that comment a lot. I will say that we have just kind of traditionally rolled along with what the CDC calls them, and I think you raise a lot of good points, and we'll have an internal discussion. I don't want to speak for everyone or make a decision on the fly, but I think that what you're saying makes a lot of sense.
Any other public comment on Zoom? All right, so I'll bring it back to the board. If there's nothing further, I think this is a presentation. So, yep, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for coming and giving us the insight. Sarah, thank you as well. And we're looking forward to what's next, phase 2, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let me see. There we go. Next is our 6.6 consideration of recommendation from Health Services Department regarding participation in the Clear Lake Cyanobacteria Task Force. Just making sure I say that right, Betsy.
That's a really good You want to see this guy? Yeah, who's going to I'll sit here. Sent on Friday.
Can we take up another?
Yes, I could take up another item for the time being, and we'll go ahead and do that while you're.
How about 5.2?
So we'll take up 5.2, which is the adopt resolution approving amended agreement number 25-0002-011 SF with the State of California Department of Food and Agriculture for the insect trapping program in the amount of $35,460 for fiscal year 25 and 26. Catherine.
Hi, good morning, Board. Catherine Vanderwall, Agricultural Commissioner. Thank you for pulling that item. It was brought to my attention. I inadvertently put the word amended agreement on the resolution as well as the memo. So this is a new agreement for fiscal year 25-26. The amount still remains the same as well as the terms. So your board would just be approving a new agreement, not an amended agreement.
Any questions? Public comment. I will open it up for public comment. Bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that,
We
we
offer
should
the-
offer the resolution.
Resolution has been offered and
As amended.
as amended. All right.
All right. Supervisor Owen.
Aye.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Aye.
Supervisor Rasmussen.
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska.
Yes.
And Supervisor Crandall.
Aye. That resolution passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We ready yet? Or, okay, we will go back to our 6.6, and I'll just read it one more time so we're in order here. So consideration of recommendation from Health Services Department regarding participation in the Clear Lake Cyanobacteria Task Force. And we have, what's that? I heard her say something. So we have Craig Weatherby and Sarah Ryan here to present on this item.
Well, I guess we'll get started. As we pull this up, I'm Craig Weatherby, Director of Environmental Health. I am joined by the ever amazing partner, Sarah Ryan from Big Valley Drive. Before we get started, we do get everything going. I just want to thank Sarah and the tribes for the work that they're doing in this. Without the monitoring work that Sarah and her team are doing, the county would be absolutely blind to what is a very dangerous situation. No, our lake is not horrible. I don't care what people say. Our lake is amazing. Our lake is a living creature. It's its own entity. And just like any living creature, it's got good days and bad days. Sometimes our lake wakes up with its hair in a big old tangle and needs a little more time, right? So we're going to talk about a very specific topic, right? Cyanotoxins, right? I agree. Harmful algal bloom does sound a little bit all-encompassing, and it is way more concentrated than that. Cyanotoxin is the danger that we're talking about here today. So I'm going to turn it over to Sarah to start the presentation, and then we'll talk a little more specifically on some of the things that we're asking in terms of what we ask the board to help us with.
Thank you, Craig. Good morning, supervisors. And some of you have been around for a little while, probably remember that this work group presents to the board approximately once a year to give an update on what's going on with cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins in the lake and to report on the work group. I'm calling it work group as opposed to task force. Just to clarify, there is a Clear Lake Cyanobacteria Task Force, which is something that Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians and Elam Indian Colony developed back in 2014 when we first started monitoring the toxin levels in the lake. And thankfully, because of the hard work of everybody who's been involved, we no longer, we don't meet on a regular basis because there's so much of the work that we are trying to start in terms of research, funding, signage, communication, collaboration, all of that is happening right now. So this work group, however, is something that the board asked to be set up a number of years ago, I believe around 2018, just to make sure we were all on the same page because, Big Valley is putting out the toxin data. It's something that the tribal council said, yes, please do that. Communicate, the information that the state has on cyanotoxins and put it out there as a transparent, informative piece of information. And so there's no questions about that. And so we have been doing that. And thankfully, this work group has come together and has been meeting periodically over the years, a multi-jurisdictional, multi-agency work group that is communicating and collaborating on the issues and keeping up with it. So in terms of this presentation, just as we've done in previous years, talk a little bit about cyanobacteria impacts, the progress that we've made together as a group, and also current lake conditions. Next slide, please. And Again, it's really so that we can be proactive, we can be informed and educated. I truly believe with all the education that we're doing at Big Valley about cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins, I am amazed at the level of conversation that is happening online and in meetings where I believe we have a pretty educated group of, community members, the county members about the issues. And years ago when it first started, people were calling it the wrong name and they were jumping to conclusions. There's still some of that going on. I try to find it, search it out on Facebook if I see it, and I know others are as well. We're trying to educate people, so not to be scared of cyanotoxins. This is a natural lake, as has been said, but we need to be proactive and just aware of the potential risk and face it head on. And I believe that's what this work group helps do. And we also try to be on the same page. So as I said, the tribe is putting the data out, and it's great when it's once the county gets a lot of phone calls. I'm sure Water Resources and Environmental Health probably gets a lot of phone calls on it. The two cities do, and they are members of this work group and are we stay in touch with each other about the trends and everything. Okay, next slide, please. So cyanobacteria, that is a picture, a microscopic picture of Dolichospermum, which is one of the main cyanobacteria in the lake. It does not seem to have toxins, though. So I think it's quite beautiful. Looks like a pearl necklace to me. All cyanobacteria are capable of photosynthesis. That's what kind of confused people, and that's why they called it algae so many years ago. It is a bacteria, as Betsy was saying in the previous presentation. And it rises up and wants, gets sunlight, and it eats the food that's in there, eats the nutrients, all the nutrient problems we have in the lake, and then it goes back down each day. So that's what it looks like in lakes and creeks. It looks very different. You can't see these blooms. They do produce oxygen. So all of us who are out there doing water monitoring, we see high dissolved oxygen in these areas, and also high pH. I've seen a pH of over 10. It's supposed to be around 7, and actually the standards for the lake for recreational exposure is 6.5 to 8.5. So we are getting way off the charts in terms of pH, which could be one of the reasons why people have some skin issues with it, just because the pH is getting so basic. Cyanobacteria, as has been the messaging of the county for since the beginning, it's it is a natural one of the oldest organisms, and it helped create the oxygen for what we breathe. However, when there's too much and there's a bloom and it looks like pea soup, or you have toxins, that's when it's problematic. It's not something that's eaten by fish, so we can't really just assume that it's going to be taken care of in the food web. And when it dies and it goes back down, it just becomes food again for a new year of cyanobacteria. They do seed themselves, so it will keep coming back until there are solutions to actually get it out of, either control it as it's blooming or get it out of the bottom of the lake. Next slide, please. So harmful algal bloom, again, it's not an algae, but this is the term that's used nationally, and I have a problem with it too because it's not algae, but HABs is the term, and that is when there's an overgrowth of it. So when we're out there doing our monitoring out around the lake, and Big Valley goes twice a month in the summer months, we look for, is there a visible bloom? Is it green? Is it slightly green? Is it a matte? It all depends on which cyanobacteria there is growing there. They all have different looks, different smells, different toxins they can produce, and sometimes it's a combination of them, and the only way to really tell is to look under a microscope, and the only way to know if it has toxins is to send it to a lab. Their toxins can be present even when there's no cyanobacteria, and the way that happens is, I always like to say, cyanobacteria is like a water balloon, and the toxins are the water that's inside. So if you break that, if you lyse the cell, if you kill it with an algicide or something, or it's dying in some other way, the toxins spill out into the water, which is why the drinking water systems that are, serve 65% of the county, have to do various levels of filtration before they do chlorination, because chlorination will break those cells open, and then you have to deal with the toxins, which are much smaller, much harder to get out. So it's better to filter them out. So again, toxins can be present without visible signs of algae or cyanobacteria. And it's not the same as green algae. Green algae, you put a pencil in the thing, you lift it up or a stick, and if it's hanging off like vegetation, that is green algae. That's good. That's what fish eat. eat. It's a good part of the food web. Cyanobacteria is more slimy. You try to pick it up, you try to skim it out, and it's a slime bath. It's not vegetative. Yeah.
One of the ways to describe it, and we get a lot of complaints each year, a lot of phone calls. People will call and say that somebody just dumped 5 gallons of paint in the lake. So it looks like latex paint floating on the surface. And it has that level of consistency, and that it's a key distinction between beneficial algae and cyanobacterias.
Yep. And that is the turquoise paint one is a famizomenon usually, and that can be a toxin producer as well, but doesn't seem to be in the lake. And again, there's several genera that are dominant in the lake, and Dolichospermum, famizomenon, they don't seem to be problematic. Microcystis is the problematic one. Next slide. So work group stakeholders, these over the years that we've been meeting, we've had the Lake County has had environmental health, water resources, just the health services. City of Clear Lake and City of Lakeport have sent people. The county also has a drinking water, the special districts folks, and then Big Valley is present. We've had just other groups over the years, but this is kind of the key folks at this point.
At some points, particularly last summer, we had up to 20 participants in the work group from state down to local. We had active voices at every level participating, and it's hard to keep that group focused on one topic. We tend to wander a little bit, but the point of bringing this up is to show that the work is not just being done in an echo chamber, right? There's not just a couple of people sitting there going, yeah, we're doing great. No, this is going out, this work is being done, and it's going to the state. They oftentimes come back to us to look at how we're putting these meetings together, and they're very proud of the work that we do. We're very proud of the work that we do. I know our group, each and every member of the group puts a lot of effort into making sure they understand the science of what we're dealing with. And it's specifically that science that we're trying to use to make better decisions, better communications, more educational materials. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Next slide, please. So, and as you probably know, and it's certainly been said here before, it's not like just Clear Lake has the issue. If you go on to, the state has a map, and I think it's probably the next slide, but anybody who's doing any cyanotoxin monitoring, they have a mywaterquality.ca.gov. Is where you can go on and look at all of the blooms, and toxin levels throughout the state. But even it is a worldwide issue. We certainly see some pretty bad pictures, and also hear about really high toxic levels in other countries. Pretty much anybody with a shoreline that has a lot of development on it, you're going to see some sort of situation like this. This is Upper Klamath Lake, and that bloom is, also visible by satellite in terms of the pigments that it produces. These things can be picked up by satellite, and so we can see that, throughout the world, cyanobacteria is an issue. An overgrowth of it. It should be there. It should be a part of it, but it shouldn't be dominating the system, because then you have all these other negative impacts. Next slide, please. Here's that picture I was talking about. So if you go to mywaterquality.ca.gov, you can see it is focused on Clear Lake there, but throughout the state, where you see, we try to keep the colors. So if it's green, that means it's not, it doesn't have toxin levels that are problematic, could be even non-detect. Yellow is caution, so it has toxin levels of a certain level, basically 0.8 to 6 micrograms per liter of microcystin. Orange is warning, and red is danger. Each one of those levels has associated recommendations of risk and basically recommended not to do certain things. So if it's at danger levels, it is recommended to not be boating in that area because of the spray that happens and the aerosolization of the toxins. And with caution, it's recommended you don't eat any shellfish from the area. So there's a host of things. But statewide, there are a number of lakes that are monitored, and their data is all on that website. Next slide, please. As we've all been saying, the potential impacts, of course, the economic development is one of the biggest ones because people do react to information and they also react to what they see. And so that's why it was decided, the discussion was years ago, if we hit it head on and we're transparent about it and we talk about all the things we're doing, and there's even more that we're doing now, all the Blue Ribbon Committee, nutrient management projects and all of that, then people can make an educated, decision about, I'm going to use a lake. I'm just going to go to this spot. Or I'm going to go to this spot. But just having the, blooms can be problematic. Of course, public health issues. There have been a number of studies done on whether toxins are in the drinking water, and we do find them in the small private systems. There are potential illnesses. Utilities have to deal with just filtering that stuff out, and fish and aquatic life. They are working on what those levels are at which they can impact. The toxins can impact the fish and wildlife. But also when the blooms die off, the oxygen level drops and it can lead to fish kills. And so it's not because of the toxins, it's just because of water chemistry.
One of the keys here is to talk about the transparency. That's the ultimate goal of what we've been told the board wants. We're about educating the public. We're about informing them when there is a hazard present. We always try to be mindful of the fact that we are a county that has economic interests. We have people that have businesses, lives, dedicated to how that lake is functioning and how it's being used or recreated on. But at the same time, it's about giving the public the information they need to make a decision for themselves and their families. It's about making sure that we are giving them appropriate information. What I say by appropriate, it is we have a number that we can hang our hat on and say, yes, this is dangerous. Or this is a caution, you should be aware of this. And making sure that it's somehow palatable by the community, they can understand it, they know where to find it. It's all the work that we're doing is about making sure that people know what the hazards are and they can make their decision for what their level of risk comfort is.
And this is all linked to toxicology studies from the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment as part of Cal EPA, World Health Organization studies, and data has been collected over a number of years, and also ranges that are considered acceptable for various activities. So these are all just using existing standards and recommended action levels. Next slide, please. So moving into health impacts. Oftentimes you'll see, I think some of what that dog is wandering through is probably Azolla, which is what we have on the lake in a number of places, and the Keys. Like if you go to the Clear Lake Keys right now, it looks like a rug, but that stuff's fine. Azolla is just this tiny little plant. It's creating nitrogen in the water. It's actually keeping cyanobacteria from blooming because it's covering up that sunlight and preventing the cyanobacteria from going up and down. So there's some strategies that we can have where it's actually we can kind of control the water and manipulate it in such a way like, don't remove these things. Let's focus on aeration and other things that help.
What was it called again?
Azolla.
Azolla.
Also known as mosquito fern.
Okay.
So, okay, next slide, please. Yeah, and if you go to the Keys right now, that's what it looks like from Highway 20. But I look at it and I'm like, yay, maybe they need a little aeration in there, but Azolla's good. So it is really hard to confirm for sure whether someone got ill because of cyanotoxins. It could be because, they were out swimming in the lake, they went to a picnic, they were out swimming in the lake, but they also ate some potato salad. It could be the potato salad, So when
it's probably the potato salad.
It could be the potato salad. So and people like to blame the lake or blame, Lake Mendocino was just online. Everybody was blaming or saying something about a dog death in Lake Mendocino, and I don't think they've been able to confirm that it's toxins. There were no toxin level. The toxin level is no detect. But it is hard to test people. And so what the illness working group at the state does is they look at the toxin levels in the lake, they look at the people's symptoms, and they make a designation of that. So it's no simple, hey, just let's do a blood draw. Also, the state and our working group has been sending out to medical and veterinary professionals a letter saying, hey, if you see these symptoms, it's already information that's available, resources, and so it's really good to continue to communicate that, because if they make an assumption or they don't test at all or they don't check on things and they don't report it in, then we have a lack of information. A lot of underreporting going on, and research is ongoing about how to best determine whether someone has been exposed.
So, two very important points here is the first is the reason we're putting these informational pieces out to the veterinarians every single year. Same thing with the ER doctors. I mean, obviously they've got a lot on their mind. They're doing a lot of work. Every year it's important to get this information in front of their eyes as a refresher to them to say, oh, it's time to start looking for these symptoms. It's time to start asking the question, have you recreated in the lake recently? To explain maybe a rash or something like that. If they don't report it, we don't know about it. So it's really difficult. In terms of what, unfortunately, every single year, it seems like we get a case of a family pet that's passed away. And it is incredibly tragic, and that is not good for anybody. The problem is that it's assumed that it was because of Clear Lake. It was because of a harmful cyanotoxin. It's really difficult to actually get a clear definition as to what caused an animal to expire. It could be dehydration, it could be a lot of things. And the only way we really have to do that is to do an autopsy, which involves sampling the liver after a fatality. Obviously, most people don't want to give up a piece of their liver for while they're alive, go figure. So we can't test them that way. It has to be post-mortem. And that is a really difficult conversation to have with the family after they've just lost a family member. It may be a four-legged family member, but it's still the same to them. And to ask them to give up that family member for an autopsy is an extremely difficult thing to do with those folks. And it is very important that we continue to do that when we can, in the most respectful manner we can.
Next slide, please. So this is from the, I'm sorry, I don't have the URL on there, but this is the illness work group, which is made up of folks from CDPA, Department of Public Health, Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, and water boards, and maybe some others, are tracking illnesses, and these are confirmed illnesses. And the way they've confirmed it is the symptoms, the onset of the symptoms, the water quality data that is present. And you can see Clear Lake, has human and animal, and frankly, I bet all of these counties do. They just don't do the monitoring. Yeah, I'm sure most of those counties do, but they just don't do the monitoring. And so there's no data, and they can't, it's a big guessing game. Next slide, please.
I know, too, you mentioned about the animals in the lake. I was at the dog park in Nice recently, and there was a King Corso, big giant guy. And the family that had the dog was mentioning to me that be careful when you take your dog to the lake. At first we thought it was the lake that made him sick, but he actually ate one of the dead carp or something like that on the shore, and it was a bacteria that almost killed him. But other folks, may not have looked that far and figured out that they just assumed it was the lake.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to mention that just to give an example. Yeah.
That's exactly the fight that we're fighting, because people will make an assumption based on a lot of things, right? The Azola on the surface looks like cyanotoxin, right? It's not, but to just an average person driving by, it's let's pretend they're doing the speed limit, 45 miles an hour. It looks like cyano, so they're going to make the assumption that whatever's happening on the shore, the dead carp, the sick dog, is happening because of that. Doesn't necessarily always pan out that way. And just as a general rule, whether you're a dog or a human, do not eat the dead carp. Okay, I'm just putting that out there as a health advisory. That's a free one. Do not eat the dead carp on the shore.
Could that have also skewed the orange for the illness? Do we know for sure that it was?
Yeah, those are confirmed.
Confirmed?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's plenty of, matter of fact, we just got an update from the illness working group about the illness reports that the group is the illness work group is tracking. And, Clear Lake is on there several times, and several of them have already been identified as not HAB related. And so the work group, like I said, they check when the symptoms happen. And the symptoms are, for microcystin, gastrointestinal distress and flu-like symptoms, which is why I'm like, it could be the potato salad, yeah. So there are other symptoms that when the illness work group talks to the people, they get everything. And these are, health professionals. So that map is the confirmed illnesses. And it is about 10% of all the illness cases in the state are from Clear Lake. So it is the largest natural freshwater lake in the state. So I'm not surprised. It also is very popular, well recreated, and it's also, there's a lot of education about, go to the doctor when you're feeling sick, and that is probably, it's underreported in other areas, I'm sure. This slide, there's just, there's there's information for physicians that does get sent out by the state, and also, hopefully our work group or health services and or water resources. And it's all supported. It's a network of information, just like the One Health program that, the county was doing for a little bit. These are all, health professionals and governments that are working together to communicate information. Next slide, please. These are actually also on Big Valley's website, the Clear Lake cyanotoxin page on Big Valley EPA. And, so there are possible symptoms and signs and other information for physicians. And these are, known symptoms and signs that are related, potentially related to cyanotoxins. Cyanotoxin exposure. Next slide, please. So there, when we talk about public health, it's really this program of cyanotoxin monitoring and multi-jurisdictional collaboration has been to communicate the information. And these are the groups that, we've had a number of groups that have been a part of it, and also the letters, press releases, and public service announcements. These are all things that the county's been doing for a number of years to continue to communicate what's going on with cyanobacteria and cyanotoxins. There's several places on the lake where the toxin levels have never been above, have never been even at caution. Rodman Slough is one of them. That side of the lake, good job, whatever you guys are doing. Even though that's where all the sedimentation is coming in, right? But there's some great parts of the lake that seem to never have issues, and other parts where it's a little more challenging.
You notice the tules are on that side, like a lot of that front load right there, and that makes a big difference.
It seems to. Yeah, it seems to. And it's also challenging in the lower arm because that's where the big drain is. That's where the dam is, and, the flow into YOLO.
Culprit of the issue is clear from the problem.
Yeah. Well, and we're sending gifts to YOLO County every day, and, it's a good thing. No, I'm just kidding. Did you have something?
Just a point about the tules. I mean, who'd have thought that, tules, a species pretty important to our lake, would continue to be part of the solution to our lake. Actually, all vegetation is helpful. Even the weeds are helpful to a degree, right? It's important that, whatever work we do in this lake always takes into account, the natural biota of this lake. The species that have been here for 4.5 million years, or even 3.5 million in the case of the tules. We need to keep those things around because they are part of the solution. They are not the problem at all. And they're going to help us big time.
They actually compete with the cyanobacteria. They all eat the same stuff, phosphorus and nitrogen. And so it's better to have weeds than cyanobacteria. I mean, at least in most uses of the lake. So that's why I was like, Azolla, keep it.
Azolla.
That seems to be the only thing I can catch in the lake when I go fishing is the weeds.
And that's a very important experience.
Next slide, please. These are just the signs that you might be seeing around town, although the county invested in these beautiful signs that communicate cyanobacteria issues. There's pictures, local pictures. There's a QR code that links people, if they use their smartphone, back to Big Valley's website with the data on it. And, you know, if there's, what you can see with this caution warning danger signage, which is supposed to also be put up at the monitoring areas when we're in those levels of toxins, it does identify through tested pictures, icons of, which is recognizable, should be recognizable for multiple different language speakers, that what is recommended and not recommended. So those are things that this is messaging is used throughout the state. Next slide, please. Work group has been working on a number of things over the years. As I mentioned, well, signage is one of them, is that, you know, we share the signage updates and the toxin updates as when we meet. We make sure that there's enough support for those who are sharing information about it. So do the cities need some pamphlets? Do you have the signage to put up? And basically, over the years, we were working out the just any weaknesses that we have in how we communicate and share the information to the public. And, you know, even the work of the all of the nutrient management projects that are coming up, like the LG Sonic and the hypoluminetic oxygenation system of UC Davis. These are all things that we do talk about these from time to time, and just like how, you know, whether we're seeing toxin levels, you know, where you have some of these mitigation measures happening. So now that they're finally starting to happen, and you know, City of Clear Lake even has some aeration off their shoreline. So we're looking at that and discussing it together. Also, we are used to getting reports from Water Resources or Health Services about how many people are calling in, asking about the blooms. So it's just a way to track, you know, the level of interest and concern of the public. Next slide, please. So here is the page where you can see where you can go straight to the toxin data. We just got our July 11th results, so we'll be updating that. There are 2 danger sites right now on the lake based on our July 11th, and that is at Clear Lake Oaks and Elam Indian Colony shoreline. There's also several warnings. You can see that upper arm, there's usually a lot of green, you know, in terms of signs. So no detect or low detect of toxins. So the upper arm continues to be a great place to recreate, and, you know, other areas, as summertime is tough for Oaks Arm and Lower Arm. It just is. Next slide, please.
Before we move on.
Yeah, sorry.
So really important, this year, we're kind of getting a little bit of a little reprieve. Usually by this time, we have multiple danger signs across the lake. Pretty much always spanning the south end of the lake. That's kind of the natural flow of the lake, and the south end always gets harder than the north end. But I just want to point out that this year we're getting a little bit slower movement, which is good. I am attributing that completely without evidence to the fact that we have had a lower temperature summer so far. We are still getting a decent amount of wind with that agitation, and we're just not seeing the massive growth blooms that are leading to the high detects. So, hey, fingers crossed, we might actually finish this year with something positive to report in the next year. So just throwing that out there.
Could that also have to do with the amount of water, the rain we've had?
I want to say yes, but I also want to give the big giant caveat to that, which is we had a high water year last year. And with flood levels, and we saw very dangerous levels by June. We had very early detects last year. So this year's not following the same pattern, which, very important point, is why we have to continue with the monitoring in order to build that data set to have a better, more powerful predictive tool. I went on the record and I said that we would have danger levels by July 4th, and I was completely wrong. I'm happy about that, by the way. But
We had it by July 11th, though.
Yep, yeah, she had it by July 11th, so she knew what she was doing. She's like, oh, well, you think so? I know when I'm doing the sampling. So the point of that is that we have to keep trying to figure out what this model is telling us, and use that tool to be predictive, because if it's not predictive, there's no point to doing it. We have to come up with a reason to move these signs into danger zones. We got to use raw numbers, and we need the monitoring to continue. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in the coming slides.
Well, also, this data is used by the mitigation groups or the projects that are part of the Blue Ribbon Committee. I've spoken with all of them. We report on the toxin levels on a regular basis, and this information is stuff that they use in order to either calibrate or they're just using this the toxin levels, and we also have cyanobacteria tracking and other water chemistry, and so it's a big body of information that is coming out of all the work that we're doing, that everybody is doing, and it's working together on things. Next slide, please. Summer 2025, ooh, that's really hard to see. 3 sampling events since the beginning of June. We do like to look at whether we're at caution, warning, and danger in each of the arms. So that's what the tables on the right-hand side are. So we're seeing the lower arm has a caution, warning, or danger. 41% of the samples have been caution, warning, or danger, and the Oaks arm, 40%, the upper arm, 11%. So we track that because with US EPA's water quality standard for recreational, they look at 8 micrograms per liter, so it is a different number that they're using than the state does, but they're looking at recreational ability and the impacts to recreation. So we're tracking summertime things just to see when recreation's being impaired by the toxin levels. Next slide, please. CCHAB is a California Cyanobacteria Harmful Algal Bloom Network. It's been around for at least 10 years. It's a great group to be involved in. I happen to be a co-chair of it right now for the last few years, but it is something that the public's invited to, the board is invited to not only present, but also just listen in. And there's some great research going on with these folks all the time, with our groups. We have mitigation subcommittee and a fish and wildlife subcommittee and all these different things where we're looking at cyanotoxins and the impacts and how to solve the issues and how to communicate it and all the good research that's out there. So I just put a plug in for California Cyanobacteria Harmful Algal Bloom Network. Next slide, please. Just a quick slide on reporting a bloom. This is on the mywaterquality.ca.gov. Any member of the public can do that. This is where if you do have a dog illness or an illness, any member of the public or any of us can put something in there and report it, and the illness work group will get back with you, or also just be tracking what you do. And it's always welcome to get that information or to submit that information. Next slide, please. I spoke about the local signage. It's beautiful, and it's installed in multiple places around the lake, so if people see that, they can use that QR code to get to the data, and also just some great factual information on there. And this is maintained. It is on city, county, and I don't think it's on any private areas. I don't know if there's more signs available or if other places would like signs. Not every place on the lake is monitored for toxins, so it's a pretty big lake. So, but these signs are located where the sampling is occurring. Next slide, please. You can see the signage on this map. A couple of private properties, Lily Cove, Blue Lakes. There's also let's see what other, Jago Bay, there's a private location there, Horseshoe Bend, and I think those are the only other 2 sites that don't have signage. They're privately owned. And Cache Creek campgrounds, or Clear Lake campgrounds. And so we do measure at Cache Creek. And so there's a few sites that are not on there. They don't have signage, and these are private properties. Next slide. Outreach, yeah, brochures are available. Some great work's been done over the last few years with our work group. This is all work group work, but getting the word out about risk, and brochures are in English and Spanish. Next slide, please. Drinking water, it's really no time to get into this, but the drinking water systems on Clear Lake, the public water systems, have done a great job filtering out cyanotoxins, and none of them had levels that were at an action level. They were all no detect or detected not quantified or just quite low. And so they're doing a great job with that, and they stay in touch with the state. And there's no standards for drinking water for cyanotoxins yet. However, there are action levels that happen at the state, and they do want in lakes where there's a lot of toxins, they do request that the drinking water systems monitor. And so all of the drinking water systems on Clear Lake had to do that in 2021. And even with the highest toxin levels we had since we've been starting monitoring, the drinking water systems did a great job filtering all of that out. The private systems where people have their own pipes in the lake, it's a different story. 50% of them had detectable toxins of the samples that we tested in the CalWatch program. Tracking California is part of that. So the drinking water, the private pipes into the lake, and the county has done outreach on that, done a press release, recommending that they find other sources of water at certain times of the year. But the large systems that serve most people are doing a great job. Next slide, please. And, with the work group, we had identified things to continue to do. Hope that, we'll still work on these things, making sure that communication is happening amongst all of the parties that are, having to answer the public or doing the monitoring. And we want to, as it says, manage the message, really try to ferret out the miscommunication and misinformation that's out there, and make sure everybody's got good information to make their own decisions. And we're always open to input from everybody, from the local leaders.
So this is kind of where the work group really shines, is that we help be the local voice. The state's going to report whatever the state's going to report. We have very little control over what the state says or what they choose to present and how they choose to present it. The work group is the local voice. It's the people who are here, who can actually physically see the lake from their workspaces, from their homes, and can actually help draft that message to the community. And it's very important that the local voice continues to be the lead voice through this process.
Yep. I think that's the last slide. And just some of our contact info. Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier, if you have questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Not sure if we have been getting an annual report, but we did this year. And hopefully we will continue to get that report. I think it's important to know what the status of our lake is, especially as we're making attempts to do new projects to try and mitigate and reduce the potential for cyanobacteria to bloom in such a way. I have a couple questions and a comment. I guess first off, let's talk about the future of the work group. I think the work group is necessary. I want to give it the flexibility it needs to kind of be elastic in the sense of growing and shrinking as needed. I know there has been some concerns about the number of staff members that have been present at these meetings. I'm okay with reducing it to what's necessary. I believe environmental health is necessary. At least that's what I'm hearing, and I'm in support of that. And if there's a need to invite a public health officer or invite others because of changes that are happening on the ground and that we need to communicate that to a greater audience, I think invites are always available to get more people in the room, but not as a continuous active member of the group. I'm okay with that flexibility and those changes. But I think the group needs to continue, and I like the cadence that it kind of slows down during the off-peak seasons and goes back to meeting more often when it's the peak season. What your conversation about just what the group focuses on is I just want to quickly highlight, and I guess we'll kind of talk about it a little bit later because an item was pulled off the consent agenda, is the importance of some of the projects we're working on. And the most important project, I've said it again and will continue to say it, is the Middle Creek Restoration Project. We talk about the Tules and how important they are. Well, when you strip about 1,700 acres worth of tules and marshland, which has the ability to really clean the water, slow it down, let the sediments drop in that location, where then the tules can fight for those nutrients rather than letting it flow in the lake. You have a completely different thing. And in the report from 1994, the USDA Soil Conservation District or something said that we were losing $7 million a year in tourism dollars because of the status of the lake. Now, if you times that by 31, I think it's 217 million without CPI increase, which would be 116% since 1994. So we're looking at almost $500 million in potentially lost dollars to our businesses, in taxes for revenues to the counties and the cities to provide better quality of life. That is how important this situation is. Going back to something that I believe Ms. Ryan may have been involved in, because those private intakes are important, and the cyanobacteria, that hopefully they're just using it for their lawn. No, I know.
Drinking water.
There was a gentleman that reached out to me, and I know he was in conversations with you, at least your name came up, from Arizona, who was looking at what was called source water, which would capture water from the air and put drinking water in those houses that have the private intakes. And I believe he was talking to you about also some of the locations on tribal lands in the area as well. Did anything ever come of that? I heard about it, I read about it, and I never saw anything installed and activated. And still, the technology still exists, and it's coming out with more different types. But that technology is also really interesting, especially for those private water intakes, to ensure they have clean water rather than trying to draft it out of the lake when it's really bad. 2009 was probably one of the worst years I've ever seen here. And then 2021 was also really bad, where we had to declare an emergency because of the drought and the amount of HABs that we had in the little water that we had. So
yeah,
those are my commenting.
In 2021 is when we had the highest toxin level we've seen on the lake at 160 plus thousand micrograms per liter, which is 200,000 times higher than the safe recreating level of set by OEHA. And 2009 is when we had the Lingbia, the one that looks and smells like raw sewage, but nobody was testing for toxins, so don't know what the toxin levels were. Thank you for bringing that up. There's a lot of things that, a lot of projects that people kind of market and put out there, but they need to do the majority of the work because they're all pretty busy. I really can't remember what happened with that one, but I do remember talking with the gentleman, and they just should maybe come to a blue ribbon committee, and discuss options. Yeah.
Maybe I'll reconnect them with Mr. Weatherby as well, because maybe as a future conversation on how to help those private intakes, they still need water. And I know that we were struggling working with other water agencies to get water to those that are living on the rim of the lake with those intakes.
Well, and this is a reason to support interties to groundwater, and also to, interties to groundwater and interties extending the distribution system and the service areas of the existing public water systems, who have the training, the treatment level, and the funding, potentially, to add more people on and serve them drinking water that does not have toxin levels like that, plus meets the Safe Drinking Water Act. These folks who have their own pipes into the lake we've tested them. They often have E. coli in their water. There's all sorts of problems with their drinking water because they're not set up. They don't have the treatment, certifications, and all of that to really handle it. It's very challenging water.
Private water intake is extremely challenging, right? It's incumbent on the person who's drawing that water to understand what their water system is capable of. It's incumbent upon them to maintain their water system in a manner that's actually going to protect them and deliver the water that they need to survive. The real problem here is that water treatment is expensive. I don't think there's anybody on the board who would be surprised to hear that Lake County water is extremely expensive. And it is because of the amount of treatment that's necessary to take a surface water and turn it into a drinking water, right? Taking a well water to a drinking water is a relatively simple process, right? It's gone through years and years of filtration before it ever gets piped up. Taking a surface water always carries a risk, a huge risk. And people who are pulling that water out for their survival, for their own drinking water needs, don't always know what that system is truly needed to be. There's a lot of work that goes into designing a system to deliver clean and potable water to a Safe Drinking Water Act standard. And either they don't know, or maybe they don't even have the money to achieve that. It is extremely expensive to maintain those private water intakes, and it's important, especially for the work that we do, to make sure those folks are receiving the most up-to-date information they can get and the most education that we can provide them to help them understand the risk. And if that means that they're buying bottled water to make their coffee in the morning, at least they know. It's important information, and it's important that they, specifically those folks, get that information, because they literally live or die based on whether they know it.
Supervisor Owen?
Just one comment on the dogs and the animals that are suspected of possibly having the die from the toxic. I think perhaps one of the issues with that is the cost to the owner of having the autopsy could affect that. I also wanted to mention that is this a committee or task force that perhaps our water resource director should also be a part of? Are you a part of this? Oh, okay, good. And then I also wanted to thank you for being really proactive and notifying. I know you've notified me a number of times whether there's been an issue in my area or even a threat of an issue in our district. And I really want to let you guys know that I really appreciated it, and I'm sure everybody on the board does, that when there's been something come forward, whatever it might be, that you have reached out to us. So I want to thank you for that, and thank you for the work you're doing on this.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to come up and speak on this item, this presentation?
Hi, Susan Polyukonis with Tracking California. In addition to everything I talked about before, I led the state illness work group for 5 years and was the liaison with the CDC and the national program. So I have the picture of how important this work is, not only in Lake County, but it is truly, truly a model for many other places within the state, the nation, and internationally. Sarah and I have worked on a number of scientific manuscripts together about a lot of what was being described here, most recently about the lake water intakes and the problems there. These problems are not unique, but these solutions and the proactivity and the communication and the collaboration, they are unique. And so I just really wanted to call that out and emphasize it. And so you all would know and express my appreciation as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, we got one more guy, and then I'll...
So one of the reasons we brought I'm piggybacking, admittedly, is we want to ask the board for some guidance, because what we have is a very loose, hey, form this group and talk. Great. We've been talking for 8 years now. It's time that we need a little guidance from you guys. And what specifically I'm going to ask for is
Greg,
for you.
there was still one more guy.
Oh.
I know you're...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
He knows me. He'll just throw something.
I was going to say he did that intentionally. I don't take it personally. Board and everyone else that's here, thank you so much for bringing this up as an issue, and something that I was thinking about, and I'm sure other very smart people here are thinking about it. One seems really obvious is that we as humans are only going to do so much to change nature, right? So the ability to steward nature is really where the answers are. Starting something that will continue is a process that begins naturally, but we could steward along the process. So point being, the Tules seem like a big aspect to a long-term solution as opposed to trying to band-aid over smaller issues. With that, I'm thinking about the hitch as well. And it seems to me like the problem with the algae is related to the bacteria, and the bacteria is related to the tules, and the biggest issue with the hitch is the spawning rates, and the spawning rates are really based on the environment in which they're growing in, which goes back to the tules, right? So there seems to be a crossover here where the answer for both of our biggest issues goes back to the tules, right, in nature. So with that, I'll let the people that are much smarter than I am figure out how to draw those things together, but I did want to mention it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, I'll close it and then go ahead and finish.
So what I'm asking the board to consider today is we'd like to have you really look at what you would like this group to achieve. What are the asks and the deliverables that you would like us to work towards? It's not enough to just talk. Something has to happen. There has to be action behind talk. Otherwise, we're just talking and we're wasting time. And we don't have that time. We need people to be aware of what's going on, and we need to do a job. So I'm asking you to help us define what that scope is. I'm also asking you to help define what you want us to present to you and how often you want us to present to you. And I'm asking for this in a little bit more of a formal way than just us throwing together the group and then coming at some point. I want to have a little more structure to what we're doing and a little more definition as to how you would like us to go about doing that. Environmental health over the last 2 years has invested very heavily in this group. At one point, I had 5 of my staff workers, 5 out of 14, working on this project. Not full-time, but still a fairly significant investment for a small department with no revenue source to support this. Any work that we do in this is coming directly out of realignment funding, which, as you're well aware, is very strained this year. So we have pulled back a significant amount of time and investment. We are now working with one staff member, me, on this group at this time, but we'd like to Environmental health absolutely wants to continue the work in this, but we would like to take a step back and not necessarily be responsible for the leading of this group, at this time while we're dealing with the budget that we are dealing with this year.
Supervisor Pyska?
I think we all agree that this work is really important and needs to continue, but do you have recommendations on how to proceed and what that might look like? I think that would be better, easier for us to understand rather than kind of come up with it on the fly. Because you've been doing the work, you have been developing the relationships, you know what your budgets look like. If you could come back to us with a work plan, and then maybe we could go from there, that'd be really helpful.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Just a thought process. I'm sure I'll get some phone calls about this. It seems to be a shared burden to deal with, and this is not which is what people are probably going to say, it's not a water issue. It's an issue of the land masses being developed in such a way that a high amount of sediment is coming into the water and impacting the water, meaning every jurisdiction has some accountability as to why the water is displaying or exhibiting what the water is exhibiting. Is it possible to, from year to year, move it to a different jurisdiction as who is the lead? That way it's not always burdened to one jurisdiction to hold on to that lead and feel like they are burdened with having to deal with staff time. Is that a possibility? That's something you can come back with.
That is absolutely a possibility. Anything's possible. With enough dedication in it, we can do anything. But it's, you talked about flexibility in this work group. And if there's anything, this group is all about flexibility, right? We meet once a month during what we call the off season. And then once we start getting those hits, we start talking every 2 weeks. And at some point we were even talking every week, and informally we were talking every single day. When we were at the height, when we had that huge hit in 2021, trust me, that was all that was being talked about. So yeah, flexibility is absolutely key to the work that we're doing, and we want to keep that flexibility. The challenge has been man hours, staffing hours. And how do I fund that across multiple people, multiple jurisdictions. Each jurisdiction that's contributing. I can't speak for Pawan, but he's nodding his head, so I think he knows what I'm about to say. There is no funding source dedicated to cyanotoxins. Any money that we spend in this realm is coming out of somewhere else, some other portion of our budget. In my case, it's realignment. I'm very fortunate that Anthony has been so kind to let me have as much money as I've ever wanted and never says no.
I think too that
Just throwing that out there.
might be
Anybody who knows me knows that's not true.
Okay, so that is not true.
this may be, you might have already talked about this or tried this, but the Blue Ribbon Committee, I know it fits some of the, the details in the bylaws or in the whole initiative. It fits, the lake is the most important thing when it comes to that. It could be another subcommittee or something like that could be a potential funder for this, if we could see if that could be something. Yeah, in the Risk Reduction Authority as well.
Are you offering, just so I can better understand, that the Blue Ribbon has the capacity to lead this committee by staffing it themselves?
Or a project to promote, to try and get the funding to do that.
Right. Which would take some time, but yeah.
But it's a long-term thought. if that
I don't
makes sense.
disagree.
Yeah.
May I mention that?
Yes.
In the hazard mitigation plan, this is listed as a natural hazard. And so I believe the county has identified some projects associated with mitigation with that, and so that's another potential source.
And Supervisor Pyska mentioned the Risk Reduction Authority.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Risk Reduction Authority focuses on all risks. We do have water purveyors as members, and I think for the tribal nations. So that's another avenue to look at. We can get you on that agenda to talk about it too, and then maybe come back with some of these plans.
Good.
I just want to say I agree with Supervisor Pyska in the sense of we can come up with all the ideas, but we're also not sitting down in the same room that you are with the knowledge and understanding of what you deal with when you have these meetings or when there are high levels of toxins in the lake. And so please come back with suggestions so we can look at it through your eyes rather than just look at it through our eyes.
I just wanted to add that not with the funding, but I think that those would be some great sources to be able to look at that for the funding of it. But for what we were saying, you were asking us for direction and coming up with a plan. Well, you need the data to be able to come up with a plan and setting your goals. And it looks looking like, and I don't know, that Middle Creek restoration may be a big part of that as well. But setting your goals would be obviously to be able to reduce an effect, and that's going to come from a lot of the monitoring you're doing.
Mm-hmm. May I just also say that
Yes.
The Clear Lake Nutrient TMDL that is from the regional board says there's 100 years of in-lake loading and food that's already there that is cycling through this. The Middle Creek Restoration Project is going to stop a lot of the majority of the new stuff. However, with UC Davis's research of identifying that it's the low dissolved oxygen, the high temperatures in the lake, but basically the low dissolved oxygen, cycling those nutrients so that cyanobacteria is available, or cyanobacteria is growing due to the nutrients. That is not really linked to the Middle Creek Restoration Project.
Okay.
So it is, and they've identified 100 years, and so that's so that's why some of these mitigation measures, like the Sonic, LG Sonic, and some of the other things, are like basically trying to interrupt that feeding cycle and growing cycle, and it's very expensive, and it's not feasible to do it all throughout the lake. So it's all going to be kind of worked out.
So as I understand it, it's not anything that's coming in as much, but you would reduce the amount coming in.
Yeah.
But that there's so much already here.
Exactly.
It's looking like it's going to be difficult to mitigate. Impossible?
That's the problem.
Okay.
And people used to, that is the difficulty.
Okay.
It's the very nature of our understanding of our nature as it is, of our environment. Things that we used to take for granted, we now know better. We didn't have the information in the 60s and 70s that we have today. We were building this problem many years ago. Today we understand the problem better, and I promise you, we don't understand the problem a tenth of what we need to. Right? Today we have some information, but we certainly don't have it all. Right? Tomorrow we're going to know more than we know today. And the work that is being done is really more about arresting the damage and taking responsibility for what we've already done and going forward and saying, okay, let's make better decisions. And here's the information we're going to hang our hat on for making those better decisions. It's at least something. It's going to take a long time. There is no easy road. There is no instant, thing. We can't put bubblers in the entire lake. It's the largest lake around. You can't bubble the whole lake, no matter how much you want to. There's no amount of funding that's going to do that.
Right.
So we got a lot of work ahead of us.
So if you're listening and you're tuning in, please help us educate, especially when you see something on Facebook that you've learned here that isn't accurate. Please put out that information so you could help us get the message along and we can get moving on a better direction for the lake. And thank you for this presentation. I don't know if you have, go ahead, Pawan, please.
Hello everyone, it's Pawan Upadhyay. I'm the Lake County Water Resources Director. I would like to briefly address the comment which was made earlier about the nexus between the Tules, the Clear Lake Hitch. I just want to mention that we have already been doing it and the board has taken the action regarding that, like the lake bed ordinance, which is chapter 23. The Tules are protected under that. So it's not, so if there are Tules in somebody's property, they need to call us before they take them out or so it's protected. The plant should not die for that. They have to take certain precautions, like if it is within their property and it's a nuisance for them.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
If you could just talk to them offline, because we got to move on.
Yeah, and similarly for the Clear Lake Hitch, it's the board has declared the emergency for that, and there is funding and research which been supported by the board.
Thank you, Pawan. All right. Yes, just touch base. We got to move on. We're a little behind. So do you have what you need to move forward and come back and give us, and we can move forward on the next discussion on this? Do you think we're okay?
Yeah, we can, we'll bring back some of our recommendations as we move forward.
And
excellent.
And a budget? You'd like a budget as well?
What are you looking for to support it?
Millions of dollars.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, I can always ask.
I hear
Just say no.
I hear Anthony says yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time and letting us present to you. I know we took a little bit of your time, but it was worth it, I promise.
Thank you. All right. We'll move. All right. So looks like we have a couple people that need a break, so we'll come back at 11:47. All right. We're coming back to our next item on the agenda, which is our 6.7, consideration of an update on North Lakeport Flashes projects. This is our administration has put this together, but I see we have Ben Rickelman is here with Mr. Michael Day from Train, or actually Advanced Energy Project Development Leader, right, from Train. All right, go ahead, Ben.
I was waiting outside the bathroom.
We're good. Go ahead. As well. Oh. Okay. Excellent. Okay.
Good morning,
Go ahead,
Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. As mentioned, we're here with Michael Day of Train to give an update on the Poe Mountain Flashes project. We also have Mireya Turner, Director of Community Development, if there's any questions regarding environmental review.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Oh, I have the clicker. Right. So the first thing is, so we are an ESCO, And people know about Trane because we make air conditioning equipment, which we absolutely do. But we also have a contracting arm. So several years ago, the County of Lake conducted a competitive solicitation for ESCO services. ESCO stands for Energy Services Contracting Firm. The idea is that an ESCO comes in, develops energy projects to solve the problems of a given community. We try to bring in grants, incentives, and savings, or even revenue generation to help pay for it. And it usually includes some sort of finance. That's the basic ESCO model. Let the savings and the grants pay for a project instead of it hitting your capital fund. So when we came to Lake County, the top threats or issues were the fire threat was absolutely number one. Number two were the impacts of public safety power shutoff events. And then number three was just realization that there were not a lot of funds available. So so taking all those things, the needs and the particular characteristics of what we saw here in Lake County, we came up with flashes. So flashes is fire main linked auxiliary supply hydraulic energy storage. And this is sort of the process that we went through. The request for proposals released in 2020. We were selected in July of 2021. We entered into a letter of commitment in September of 2021. We had an update in July of 2022. We did a grant application to the Pacific Gas and Electric Microgrid Incentive Program in July of last year. It was tentatively awarded the first part of November, but there were some issues with the contract language, and due to the work of the county council and really Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy CAO, and a lot of other staff, along with other organizations, the PUC reconsidered the grant award language. And just about a month ago, on the 26th of June, the CPUC gave instruction to PG&E to go back and modify some of the problematic elements of the grant award language in a way that would make it possible for Lake County to go forward with the next phase, again, funded by MIP, but reducing the risk to Lake County. So flashes, what is it? It's what's called a super closed loop pump storage hydro. So closed loop in the world of pump storage hydro just means that you're not damming a creek or a river. Closed loop in the world of pump storage means that you can create a reservoir on top of a mountain and a reservoir at the bottom of the mountain. And so long as it's not going through and damming a water course, that's considered closed loop in the world of pump storage hydro. Super closed loop says you're going to take that a step farther, and instead of doing reservoirs at the top and bottom of the hill, you're actually going to put in roofed tanks. And that gives you two principal benefits. One is it reduces, almost eliminates evaporation. The second thing that it does, though, is really important, is it gives you access to a much faster permitting process through the federal government. So these are roof tanks at the top and bottom of the hill. It includes 30 megawatts of solar photovoltaic, which in this case would be located on the grounds of the Northwest Wastewater Treatment Plant on land owned by the county. It's 30 megawatts of generation from three 10-megawatt Pelton wheel hydro turbines, and it provides power to two substations, Lucerne and Hartley. And the purposes of this system are, on a daily basis, it creates renewable energy, stores that energy, and then releases it at times of high value to generate the revenue needed to pay for the project and much more than debt service. So it's going to be pretty cash flow positive for whoever builds it. The second thing is that this has the ability to pick up whole circuits, or in the case of Lucerne, the entire substation, which would provide electric power from Glen Haven all the way to Upper Lake, and actually a little bit south of the lake, Buckingham Point, and coming onto the north shores of Mount Conocti. Now, for those of you who've been around for a little while, that's a slight deviation from what we had before. And the Hartley substation, forgive me, covers about the northern 1/3 of Lakeport all the way up to the county jail. So these are substantial areas that are being carried in microgrid operation by this system. For those of you who'd been here before, we were looking at taking on Upper Lake and Hartley substation. But as we went through the technical review process with PG&E, it was found by PG&E that it would be much easier for them and less costly for us to route the power to the Lucerne substation. We'd actually provide more people with microgrid coverage by going to the Lucerne substation than we would to Upper Lake. And we held off from looking at Lucerne because the North Shore Fire Protection District had been looking at doing a flashes project as well. Well, that sort of came off the board due to some challenges that we ran into, but that opened the Lucerne substation up as a destination for this power getting out to the wider grid. And it just so happened that PG&E asked us, recommended that we shift the power output. So now it's 20 megawatts over to Lucerne, 10 megawatts to Hartley, and it's able to carry those entire areas for multiple days under the worst circumstances. So again, it's on a daily basis. It will be making, storing, and storing that energy, and then releasing it as dictated by the off-taker. It will be able to provide a community microgrid during outages, and of course, it also provides a pretty substantial firefighting support. We're looking at 90 million gallons, over 800 feet above Highway 29. And so there are numerous different ways that we're looking at providing this as a firefighting resource. We're looking at sprinkler systems on the area of the Northwest Wastewater Treatment Plant that would be able to sprinkle over 1 square mile of land to protect, which does a pretty good job of stopping flames if you're sprinkling the land. We would have new construction hydrants along Eycroft Road in wildlands where there are not currently any hydrants. There would be a helicopter dip tank that would allow the Firehawk helicopters to refill there near Poe Mountain as opposed to having to go out to the middle of Clear Lake, reducing their cycle time to anything to the west. And there would be the ability to construct a rapid refill station there at the off-ramp that would allow CAL FIRE tanker trucks, the water tenders, to be refilled in a minute or less, and that you could actually refill multiple of them. So there's a lot of different ways that this improves firefighting in the local area. Where we got to was that for those of you who will remember, is that we conducted an RFP for investors about 2.5 years ago. And we had a lot of interest from investors. We ultimately decided to negotiate with Brookfield Renewables, and they sent a team out from New York. Technically, they liked the project, but what they ran into was that the project had not been through some feasibility study elements. So those feasibility study elements were showing that we had site control. Well, we've negotiated an easement option, but we haven't executed it. We haven't done the survey yet. We haven't done the next level of civil and mechanical engineering. We haven't done soils testing and geotechnical. We haven't gone through the CEQA process. We haven't done a hydrologic study. So there are a lot of things in that feasibility study that needed to be completed before they, or as it turned out, any of the other major investors were willing to come in and pay for the completion of the plans and construction of the project. That feasibility study is several $1 million. And so once Brookfield had said, we can't we can't go forward with this, we started looking for alternative ways to fund the feasibility study. That's what the application to the microgrid incentive program was about. And again, there were something like 52 applications to the microgrid incentive program. And of the 52 applications, the 2 Po Mountain applications, because it goes to 2 substations, so it constitutes 2 applications within PG&E's world. Out of the 52 applications, they scored number 1 and number 2. And the number 3 was actually Hidden Valley Lake, that's looking at a nearly identical system that would protect Hidden Valley Lake and provide power to the Middletown substation. And so those were the top 3 scoring applications out of all 52. And we were pretty happy about that. And that's able to provide full funding for all of these feasibility study items. So again, here we are. We applied for the MIP grant to cover the study costs. The grant was awarded, but legal issues, and then June 26. One note is that interconnection engineering and costs are in a separate MIP application that's currently under development. So we'll be submitting that in December or January. We would look to have that funded in the early part of early to late spring of next year. The good news is that we can complete that work in the time frame that we're already looking at for this first phase of the feasibility study. And here's a graphic representation. So we would assume that PG&E is going to come out in the next couple days with this amended grant language, assuming that is that everything's copacetic with that. Then the county would be executing a grant award agreement with PG&E at the end of August, first week of September. And then the county would be issuing a contract to Train to basically play quarterback for all the different consultants that are needed along the way. The Tranche 2 application would go in December. Tranche 2 awards are tentatively scheduled for March. And then the interconnection studies and engineering would begin in May or June of next year. The feasibility study would be completed in late 2026 is what we're projecting. So that's all those different things from cost estimation to engineering to soils to CEQA. Everything on the Tranche 1 feasibility study should finish up by the end of next year, and the interconnection work that would start next year would finish up at about the same time.
I just have a question about, okay, so for the second MIP,
yep.
Is there any, I mean, I know there's not a guarantee, but is there some sort of preference to the first tranche acceptance?
There's not a preference, but if you look at how we scored compared to the other applications, just to give you an order of magnitude, the 3 applications that went in Tranche 1 are covering a little bit under 20,000 people with about $6 million worth of funding application. The next 6 best cover about something under 1,300 people for $37 million. So what we consciously did in this application was that we didn't ask for money to build it. We asked for money to overcome the part that couldn't be overcome, which was the feasibility study. So that makes these extremely cost effective compared to the other MIP applications. Now, we don't know what's necessarily in application, what's in the applications for Tranche 2. However, all the other applications we've seen have asked them to pay for a substantial part of the construction cost. And remember that the next 6 best cost-effective projects after hours already got funding. So we're sort of dealing with the B team on this, although there could be new ones coming in. And again, you can't guarantee anything, but it looks it looks pretty dang good for us to be able to get. And lastly, the amount that we'll be asking for the interconnection studies and engineering is less than we were asking for in tranche 1. So this will put us at the end of next year, we'll be in a completely different place than where we are now. The feasibility studies will be complete. We will have an idea, a much better idea about the construction costs. We will have several of our permits in hand. It will be ready to move on to the next phase, which is final design, engineering, procurement, and construction, EPC. At that point, or shortly before the end of next year, this board is going to have to make a decision. You're going to have to make a decision on how you want to move forward with the project. And there are two real ways to do it. One way is what was looking good 2.5 years ago, and that's to bring in Brookfield Renewables or Sabre or any of the other dozens of companies that would actually like to, that have expressed interest in this project. They would put up the capital for the entire project. The project would go forward. They would take the tax equity benefits from it. They would sell it to a load-serving entity such as Sonoma Clean Power or another CCA. They'd sell it to PG&E. They'd take care of all of that, and they'd pay a fee to the county for use of your land. You'd still get all the other benefits, the soft benefits in terms of keeping the lights on and having a firefighting resource, but most of the financial benefits would go to that third-party investor.
And, sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, and well, what about the clean energy benefits that are going away?
So,
Federal.
very good question, and that was part of why we wanted to delay until now to come back and give you an update. So, some things that were benefits under the Inflation Reduction Act have gone away. That's primarily solar and wind. There are a couple ways that you can still get those if you start construction by July 3rd of next year, or if you finish by the end of 2027. It's unlikely that anything on this would start construction by July 3rd. It's iffy on to whether or not they would be able to be constructed and placed into operation by the end of 2027. Probably not, but it's possible. However, out of the entire project, the vast majority of the cost, roughly 85% of the cost, is as a pumped hydro facility. And pumped hydro facilities were extended to 2033 before they start to ramp down. And that was very much in doubt. We didn't know how that was going to play out, but that is how this ended up coming about. So, one track at the end of next year, you'll have what's basically an EPC-ready project that you could take, and we could rerun the solicitation we did for interest. I continue to receive emails on a pretty regular basis from people that were interested in it last time saying, hey, what's going on? Will this come up? The other way is that the county would be able to look at owning it yourself and generating what looks like a pretty fair amount of revenue off of that. But that's a decision for a later date, but I'm flagging it that roughly a year from now, you're going to start having the data in hand to where the decision on ownership will come up, and you'll have to pick one track or the other.
Is there an in-between? Or a certain percentage of
Anything is possible.
I see this as an investment, not sure how much we can handle all entirely on our own. It would be a completely new endeavor for us to take on. But as far as partnership, where we have a 15% stake, a 50% stake, or something, I'd be very interested in knowing what that might look like, if that's even possible.
So there are certain ways that we could do that, Supervisor Sabatier. Just as a for example, if you have the power purchase agreement lined up with the off-taker, then theoretically, and we've talked about this with Golden State Finance Authority, revenue bonds could be issued that do not affect the county's bonding capacity, are non-recourse to the county, and could be secured entirely by the proceeds from that power purchase agreement. So that's something that a minor political subdivision can do that a private entity cannot. There are millions of potential permutations within there and stuff. And so as we get closer to it, those discussions and questions from this board saying these are the types of things that we want to look at, bring us options. Our job is not to decide. Our job is to figure out what you're looking for and bring you options so that you can make the best decision on behalf of the residents of this county. And that's about it. We're a few days away from seeing the PG&E language come back, and then we will have a contract with you. One thing is that there's, under our current letter of commitment, there was a back out clause where if the county backed out, there were fees due back to Train. When we enter into this new project development agreement, that obligation will actually be eliminated.
Nice. I had a question as well. Thank you for that. That was one of our concerns when we thought about it last time and made the choice. But you mentioned Sonoma Clean Power, and you mentioned a couple of things. And my thought process is feasibility. That's another word you used. And we are currently in that whole they did a feasibility to try and see if we can join that CCA. And what happens considering the PG&E process for the funding, if we sever from PG&E and go that route? Does it make a difference?
Makes no, with regards to the microgrid incentive program, this is a ratepayer funded initiative that's actually administered by PG&E, but subject to the direction of the PUC. But there's nothing that would impact this, particularly for the tranche one, because tranche one, you're being signed up where you're already, a PG&E bundled customer, to use the language. By the time that we would sign for tranche two, you would still be a PG&E bundled customer, and by the time you entered into that agreement, you'd still be a PG&E bundled customer. And then on top of that, it doesn't affect your eligibility. It does, however, change things with regards to the final project. It is easier for a CCA, which is a joint powers authority, as you are aware. Well, Sonoma Clean Power is a joint powers authority that belongs to a larger joint powers authority called California Community Power. And so it's a JPA of CCAs that does procurement. The fact that you would be within their service territory changes what they can pay for you. Or for that matter, in the service, if you joined Marin Clean Energy or Peninsula Clean Energy or Pioneer. I'm not trying to guide towards one CCA or another, but the fact that you would be within a CCA territory makes it easier for them specifically to pay capacity values to this project on a long-term basis because you're in their territory.
Thank you for that. Anything else? Go ahead.
Just last comment. I really want to give appreciation first off to Michael Day for being persistent in this issue. Matthew Rothstein, I know that I've had many communications with him and Chair Crandall regarding how to move forward with this situation we were in. I don't want to put out a name too much in case he wasn't critical to this, but I know that we did contact Senator McGuire in asking for us to be at the table and be able to have these discussions with the governor, with all kinds of folks that we were just trying to open the door to get changes at CPUC. So whoever and however we were able to finally get that change, I just want to at least put out all the names again and say thank you, because this was critical to be able to move forward, or else this wasn't able to move forward. This was not something we could invest in at this point in time with still such a large risk.
And Ben too.
I'm sorry?
And Mr. Rickelman as well.
Ben too.
And Ben as well. There is one last element to this. If these projects go forward, we're probably looking at construction starting as early as Q4 2026. These are big projects. They are going to be literally hundreds of thousands of man hours of almost all skilled labor. And with that, there's an opportunity that your staff is starting to work on to where we can bring workforce development benefits to Lake County. So we can get people into apprenticeship slots in a way that they couldn't otherwise, into a lot of the different skilled trades, and to bring that here, a workforce development element. And to be honest, the Building and Construction Trades Council was a big help at the PUC as well. So this is something that will have, there's the ability to develop a community workforce development program associated with these. You can't wait till the construction starts to get that started. It takes a while for people to go through the pre-apprenticeship program to start into it so that they can work on these. And then after this program is over, they have the ability to work elsewhere in the county or outside the county on projects like this and earn really good wages. And that's a really cool opportunity that just sort of comes along because of the nature of these projects.
Thank you for that, Michael. And if there's not anything else, I'll open it.
I have one more
Go ahead.
real quick question. Would there be any savings for the constituents? Possibly.
Yeah. Indirectly. So if you are a load-serving entity, whether, let's just say, take Sonoma Clean Power because they're easy. Sonoma Clean Power has a certain amount of peak power. And so every year they have to generate what's called an integrated resource plan, or an IRP. Within that IRP, they need to procure really 4 elements. One is capacity, which is denominated in kilowatts. And it's instantaneous energy to keep the lights on during the worst hour of the worst day of a 1 in 10 year heat storm, plus a planning reserve margin on top of it. They have to show that they are procuring enough energy for that integrated resource plan, including throughout all the periods, every slice of day throughout the year. They need to show that they're procuring enough renewable energy credits, and they have to procure what are called ancillary services, things such as black start, ramping, and probably fairly soon inertia. So they're because they don't own their own generation, they're buying these from different entities and putting it together in a portfolio to meet all those needs of their integrated resource plan. If they were to contract for this project or this project and the Hidden Valley Lake project, and they were to get it at roughly market value, it would still be better for them because they would have fewer line losses. So if they bought 50 megawatts between the 2 projects here, they might have to buy 60 megawatts if it was in the Sierras because of line losses and stuff like this. If they get it at a decent rate, but they're able to lock it up for a long period of time, that would generally speaking, as prices rise, that cost would be the same for their ratepayers, and that means that their total IRP reduces in cost, and their total IRP reduces the cost to ratepayers. So that's it. It's on the margin, but remember that for a CCA, usually the cost of procurement of the IRP is only 30 to 35% of the entire bill. The rest of it are either non-bypassable charges or the charges from PG&E for the wires to get to an area. But to answer your question, yes, it could be helpful in the longer term.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm going to open it up for public comment. All right, I'll close public comment if there's any last questions or comments. And then if there's anything to finish,
If I can say one last comment, Supervisor Sabatier, I think it was you during the Sonoma Clean Power presentation, you said, how does this set you up? How does this move you along towards being your own utility? I think that the answer here is the same as that, is that it could be a part of the answer. It's a pretty tough mountain to climb. The way that the rules are set up now for taking something that's currently IOU territory and moving it that way. However, if you were ever going to do it, having a big generating asset, particularly a peaking, ramping asset, puts you in a different category than if you don't have that.
How did you know that was on my mind?
I listened last time. So thank you very much for your time. We'll probably be back to you in the next couple weeks after the PG&E contract language comes out, and hopefully you'll have a contract to sign with PG&E and one to sign with Train, and we'll get started.
Michael, thanks again. I know Supervisor Sabatier said it, but just staying on task and consistent with this for all the years. We talked about it in 2020, I think it was, 2019. And it's went through the Inflation Reduction Act. We did those presentations hoping that something would happen then, and but we're here now. It's still moving forward. Thank you again, and Ben, thank you for bringing this here with Susan and whatnot. So with that, I don't know if there's anything else. I know that was a presentation. If there was direction, I don't know if there was any direction needed, but
Conquering.
Keep going. Yep. All right. With that, we'll close this portion. We do have a couple minutes before 12:30. Should we knock something out? I know that 6.8 is going to be pushed to a later date, so should I read it off? All right, so I'll read that one off. Consideration of a report from Municipal Resource Group on your board's March 21st, 2025 training workshop on general governance, priority development, and organizational effectiveness, and this will be pushed to a later date to be determined, and so that will we'll push that back. Let's see.
You can try 7.4 and 7.5.
All right, 7.4 consideration. Oh, actually, I'll hit what is it? 5 point. That's part of social services as well. Is it 5.5?
It's 5.5, and it's already been moved to a future date.
Okay, so that's okay, so we're good on that. And then, so we will go for these non-timed items. Consideration of a designation or designating one member of the Lake County Board of Supervisors to serve as a member of the AAA Governing Board and another supervisor to serve as the alternate. And B, appointing Amy Szymanski, Deputy Director of Social Services, as the second member representing Lake County on the AAA Governing Board. Social Services Director Rachel Dillman Parsons. Your mic on?
Not on.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you. With me today is Dina Eddings. She's our program coordinator for the Area Agency on Aging, and I will let Dina briefly speak to this matter for you.
All right.
Hello. Thank you, Board. This came up because of issues that we've had with reaching a quorum at some of our meetings, and because we are part of a joint powers agreement with Mendocino County for the Area Agency on Aging Governing Board, I wanted to stick with the same structure that we're holding right now with the Mendocino Board, where one member of their board is on the governing board, and then a second member on their board is an alternate. And then they have one social services staff member as a member of the board. And currently that position in Mendocino is being held by the Deputy of Adult Services, which is why I suggested Amy Szymanski, who's also the Deputy of Adult Services in Lake County.
All right. Open it up for public comment. Any on Zoom? All right.
All right, so our Deputy Director, Amy Szymanski, is also online if you have any questions for her.
Did she want to unmute or?
I don't think she planned on making
Okay.
comments.
All right, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Sabatier?
And I'm just looking at the supervisors that are currently on the AAA. I think they would know best if they feel they're still needed there or if staff would be a good replacement for them. And I'm ready to move forward with the decision made by the current appointees.
Go ahead.
We already talked about this and agreed to this, so I can go ahead and move forward.
It's basically just
Yeah.
us and then having that other,
Yeah.
having Amy there. We're fine with it. We talked about it at the board, so we're good.
Mr. Chair, I move that we designate one member of the Lake County Board of Supervisors to serve as a member of the AAA Governing Board and another supervisor to serve as the alternate.
Who is the alternate? And
Yeah,
Is that what you were going to ask, Lloyd?
Just to clarify, yes, just the names of the board members who would be.
Oh.
What you or I would be,
Chair Crandall is the main,
and you're the
and
alternate.
I will be the alternate.
Yep. Does that work?
Yes, that's part of the motion, yes.
All right.
A second?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move that we appoint Amy Szymanski, Deputy Director of Social Services, as the second member representing Lake County on the AAA Governing Board.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right.
Thank you, Board.
And let's see, do you think we can cover this next one? Consideration of a waiving the formal bidding process pursuant to County Ordinance 3137, Section 2-38, subsection 38.1, extension of the annual agreements, and B, approving contract between County of Lake and the Regents of the University of California for training services in the amount of $339,915 from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026, and authorize the chair to sign. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Board. So Social Services has contracted with UC Davis for more than 20 years to provide unique and adaptive human service curriculum and continuing and professional education for our staff. These contracts are a one-year term on a fiscal year basis. The current contract before you is not an increase in cost over fiscal year 24-25. Therefore, we do believe it falls under Purchasing Ordinance 38.1, extension of annual agreements for exception to exception to RFP, request for proposals. And we did work with county admin on verifying that. It should also be noted that we did go out to bid in 2022. We released a request for proposal. We solicited 26 nearby educational institutions, including Yuba, Woodland, Mendocino, and Sonoma, and received 0 responses. No college really is able to offer comparable curriculum. It's a very comprehensive curriculum that UC Davis has been able to put together thanks to contracting with many other counties. And we certainly would not be able to provide the amount of funding necessary for one college to develop that curriculum just for us. So we're hoping your board can move forward with waiving the bidding process and allow us to execute this contract.
All right. Any comments from the board? I'll open it up for public comment. I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we waive the formal bidding process pursuant to County Ordinance 3137, Section 2-38, subsection 38.1, extension of annual agreements, and do them together? Separate?
Separate.
Okay.
Yeah. Or you can do them together?
And B, approve the contract between the County of Lake and the Regents of the University of California for training services in the amount of $339,915 from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026, and authorize the chair to sign.
A second.
All right, I'll have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think we're at that time. It's 12:30.
It is. We will be returning in closed session, so you may wish to read 8:1 and 8:2.
Yes. And should I read 6:9 that it'd be a later time?
So it's essentially getting pulled to a later date, so you could make an announcement, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So 6.9, consideration of county economic development and housing initiatives will be pulled to a later date. So that's that one. And as was stated, we're going to come back to closed session, which would be 8.1, closed session, employee grievance complaint pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. And then 8.2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, McSorley versus Lake County. We will see you after closed session. All right, welcome back. We are coming out of closed session. Was there any action to be taken in closed session?
Yes, Mr. Chair, at this time, I move to approve the settlement of McSorley versus County of Lake, ETAL, in the amount of $65,000.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right. And so with that, we will move on to our 5.3. Adopt resolution amending resolution number 2025-76, establishing position allocations for fiscal year 2025-256, budget unit number 1903, Department of Public Works, Human Resources.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, we're good. All right, go ahead, Pam.
Am I? Oh, I am on. So we are asking for you to amend a resolution for the position allocation for Public Works by creating a Deputy Public Works 1 and a Deputy Public Works 2. Oops. And I need to give you the updated job description because there was a small error in the Deputy Public Works 2 as it said not required to have a license, and they are required to have the engineering license. Let me give you this.
Johanna, could you display it, please?
Sam, can you make me co-host again?
Yeah.
My computer restarted.
Can I add on Granicus? It states Trinity County on both.
Yes.
Not on the paper, but when you pull it up on Granicus, on each one of them.
I'm not sure how that happened or why it says that, but it's for us. So we are correcting the classification for Deputy Public Works 2 to have the licensed civil engineer, State of California license. Any questions?
Sam?
Sam?
Can you make me co-host?
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Do our engineers use their licensing for projects? Do we actually go out and engineer them and put our stamp on those? I know that our past one did not. We seem to be operating well right now. So do we need to have a licensed engineer for that position if they're not using their licenses to engineer the jobs?
I will defer this to Ms. Parker.
Go ahead.
Yes. I actually was going to ask you to call Lars since he's been meeting with the engineers over the past 2 weeks. They may be engineers, but they may not have their seals because they're just starting in the field. And so it would be, behoove us to have a person with a seal. And you may recall Lars said he did have, his seal, but he hasn't used it in 10 years because he hasn't had to in his current position. So again, if you have additional questions regarding that, feel free to reach out to him when he returns.
Yep, what I had understood was our past engineer in this department refused to use his.
The department head did, because that's not normally what a department head does, just like Lars doesn't use his seal for his department either. He's in management.
Okay.
And the reason we have 1 and 2 is to allow us flexibility, so that if we do attract a 1 without the license, they could get the license and we could promote them to a 2, or we can hire a 2 with a license.
Did that answer?
Kind of. What I was getting at was whether if we send these out for bid and we have other engineers doing that work and we are not putting our seal on it, did we need that position?
I really am not qualified to answer that question.
That's for Lars still, I think.
That's a large question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Just a quick question, I guess more of a clarification. We're deleting 2 positions. One is the Public Works Assistant, and the other one is the Deputy Public Works Director. We already have a Public Works Director 1, and we're adding our administration.
Yes.
Our 1/2 administration, and then we're adding another Deputy Public Works Director 1, 2. So we're deleting 2, adding 1. Are we changing anything in the near future in the budget for salaries, since we're deleting 1 entire salary to be placed somewhere else within the budget for Public Works? Is that something that's coming in, or that hasn't?
That hasn't been fully discussed yet.
Okay. Because I feel like there's salary savings here if we're not adding anything else, and it's not an equilibrium, so.
All right.
And I think, just to let the board know, that we are fully evaluating the functionality and capacity of the department right now, so I can't answer that question. Okay.
Okay.
All right, I will open it up for public comment. Bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the amended resolution number 2025-76, establishing position allocations for, I guess I offer the resolution as amended. Let me rephrase that.
And Mr.
Authorize the chair to sign.
Just for clarification, are there amendments needed to be made in the resolution that was posted, or are they in the job description referenced?
They're in the job description.
That would be them.
All right, resolution has been offered.
Aye.
I don't think it's on. Oh, okay. Supervisor Sabatier.
Thought you were trying to remember my name. Aye.
Supervisor Rasmussen.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes. Resolution passes 500. Thank you. All right, next we will move on to our 5.6. Sitting as the Board of Directors for the Lake County Watershed Protection District, review and approve just compensation estimates for the purchase of properties within the Middle Creek Flood Damage Reduction and Ecosystem Restoration Project, and authorize the Chair of the Board of Directors to sign the approval. And this was pulled by Betsy Kahn. I know Dr. Apadier was here earlier. I don't know if he was, okay. First, we'll open it up to Betsy to have her address why she pulled the item. And I know she stated something, but we'll let her elaborate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, my concern is that I'm familiar with the particular parcels involved. I understand the necessity to purchase properties to complete the Middle Creek Marsh flood damage control and ecosystem restoration project, and the fact that there are some unwilling sellers. And I believe that the committee and staff have been working with the state of California since we cannot use eminent domain to acquire those properties, to get additional funding. And in this case, I'm guessing that the conversation was, came to the conclusion that additional funding was needed and that funding would have to come from somewhere over the market rate of the parcels. My concern is that the agenda item does not include a memo that explains that and shows the map of the parcels and explains why they are necessary for that just compensation addition. Had there been a technical memo, I wouldn't have asked.
That's Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the question. All of these were willing sellers. This has been a long time in the works between getting their properties appraised, getting the state of California to approve the appraisals. So all of these are approved uses of our grant funding. What you're speaking of did occur in the Middle Creek Restoration Project Committee. That memo and that board item will be coming back to the board probably around mid-August, maybe a little bit later, but I know that it will, we wanted to see some changes in the letter that we had drafted, and that final letter will be brought back to the Middle Creek Restoration Committee for final approval. And then afterwards, we'll have that conversation about the non-willing sellers. But all the ones that are here are willing sellers that will be utilizing the grant funding, hence the approval from the state of California. I hope that helps.
Yes, go ahead and unmute. Okay.
Well, I think I understand, and thank you for addressing the question.
Okay. Thank you. Any other public comment on this? On Zoom? Okay. Supervisor Sabatier, I'll close public comment. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I think that it was mainly the word of just compensation that may have confused that. But again, we also have to have just compensation based on appraisals. This is not based on, I can't think of the word, all of a sudden.
Appraisal?
Just comp, yeah. Of taking the property in a different way.
Oh, eminent domain?
Eminent domain. So the just compensation, I think, is what was the confusing portion of this. But this is the same way that we've done all the other properties, hence the grant funding. If there's nothing further, I move to approve moving forward with the offering of purchasing of properties within the Middle Creek Flood Damage Reduction and Ecosystem Restoration Project and authorize the chair of the Board of Directors to sign the approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Lloyd, go ahead.
Just for further clarification, when it's referencing the sign the approvals, I believe there are 4 approval documents, and those were the ones uploaded in Granicus. And also, so it would be authorizing the chair of the Board of Directors to sign the approval documents, and the approval as part of this motion would be to approve the appraisal, which are the approval documents, which are referenced.
And it would be the latest version, because there are multiple versions,
Right.
the latest iteration of the approval of the appraisals.
Yes.
That is my motion.
And still second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0-0. All right. Next, we will go on to 7.3, consideration of proposed findings of fact and decision in the appeal of John Evans / Pillsbury Family Farms Incorporated, AB PL 25-85. Lloyd, this is...
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is continuation or pursuant to your board's action in the above in the referenced appeal of John Evans / Pillsbury Farms, Inc. That's appeal number AB-PL-25-85, in which your board directed staff to draft findings of fact and decision to be submitted for your board's review. Apologize for the following corrections on both on the memo and on the draft findings of fact. On the memo, it makes reference to 2 dates. Both of those dates should state June 17, 2025, because that is the date of when your board provided the action, the intended decision in this matter that culminated to this item before your board today. And on the draft findings of fact and decision, a couple of typographical errors were identified on page 1, around lines 15 through 16. The reference June 17, 2025 date of the Planning Commission public hearing, that date should be changed to March 27, 2025, because that's when the Planning Commission public hearing for this item occurred. And on page 2, right on top on line 1, where on the sentence where the word "there" with an apostrophe is referenced, that should be changed to "there is," to state there is no indication of willful noncompliance or concealment of unlicensed cultivation. And those are the only two corrections to be made, so that for your board's consideration, staff is recommending two recommendations actually, to move to approve the findings of fact and decision as amended and authorize the chair to sign. And then the second motion would be to grant the appeal in part subject to certain conditions stated in the findings of fact and decision as amended.
All right, so do you want to go ahead?
Just a brief comment. Thank you very much for encapsulating the fairly long and arduous conversation that we had into this document. I think it's perfectly drafted in what the end result was, so thank you very much.
All right, I'll open it up for public comment. Not hearing or seeing any, I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I know this is in your district, but if you don't mind,
Yes,
I
please.
move to approve the findings of fact and decision in the appeal of John Evans and Pillsbury Family Farms, Inc., ABPL 2585, and authorize the chair to sign
As amended.
as amended.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0-0. Next, we have seven.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Oh,
There
go
is
ahead.
one other recommendation under that item. It's under sub B.
Oh, sorry.
That move to approve the appeal.
Yes, and that would
Oh,
be,
that's right.
if it pleases your board, move to grant the appeal in part subject to certain conditions stated in the findings of fact and decision as amended.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0-0. All right, I'm good to go on to 7.2?
I think Doug is not here yet. You
Okay,
might want
so
to take
let's
up
do
calendars.
All right, who would like to start? I can. Wednesday, I have the North Shore Business Association meeting, SLR. I think it's the meeting that we have. Thursday, I have CLOGBA, Clear Lake Oaks Glen Haven Business Association. I didn't get to ask Sarah Ryan, but I think the Thule boat races are this Friday and Saturday, so that's what I'll be probably doing those 2 days and back Tuesday for BOS. I don't think we need to, I don't know if we need to do a CAO meeting. We can. I know we're just doing the workshop for Tuesday, but in case there's something that comes up, I'll hold it there.
Yes, and also I would recommend if you have any questions about the HAPE, take the time that you have on Monday to talk to Lisa if you'd like to beforehand.
Okay, excellent. And then I just wanted to read one thing that I received. Oh, it's not here.
You
So-
said you covered, I think.
What's that? Oh, it was, but I know, here it is, I got it. All right, so I wanted to give a shout out because I got this thank you card and it was addressed to me, but I didn't do most of it. I didn't really do a lot of it except for talk about it. So it was dated July 20th, 2025. Dear EJ, thank you very much for the huge cleanup in the hills off Robinson Road in Lucerne. I appreciate you, Karen Kennedy. And I want to give that acknowledgement to the Community Development Department who received the Cal Recycle grant and did the work up in Lucerne, and wanted to make sure that you all know that you're getting thank you cards, and wanted to give that respect to them for the work that they've done in the district. So, all right, that's all I have. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll go a little bit. I'm going to back up a little bit. I know last week I didn't want to speak specifically about NACO. I wanted to wait till Supervisor Pyska was here, so I didn't steal any of her thunder. But the majority of the conversations that were had in NACO were regarding HR 1, what kind of changes that will potentially impact us. I do want to speak about Medicaid, and we have a basic concept of these things. We're seeing direct impacts to our CalFresh as it goes through the state of California, becomes CalFresh. That will be immediate. Then we'll see further cuts as we're moving forward in 2027 and 2028 when it comes to who will be covered and who can apply for Medicaid. The job requirements, those are also immediate. And also, based on the state of California and their changes, undocumented immigrants will no longer be able to be covered as well. So that will have impacts to our hospitals, to our healthcare, to our health systems in a variety of ways, because those people are still in our community as a whole that were typically covered in the past. One of the biggest concerns that I came away with was some of the changes that have been occurring in NEPA. There is current NEPA reform that is happening. I'm sure that we've all been asking for some type of reform, whether it be CEQA reform or NEPA reform. It all takes up a lot of bandwidth. For example, data centers have a 10-year exception on NEPA where they don't have to follow local jurisdictional laws on where they will be placed. That is quite a large impact to a community, especially our electrical grid and the environment potentially as well. I've heard from others that there's quite the noise that comes from it, as well as just other issues. So that's one of the concerns. And the other is that there's a lot of almost pay as you play. If you pay 125% of your environmental cost, you can bypass the local jurisdiction, public comment portion, or things like that. So I think we should be paying attention to some of those things, because often we do get state funds, but those state funds go through the federal process. And so I just have some general concerns as to how we're going to be impacted by some of these things. Overall, we're going to have to pay attention to what goes on when it comes to continuing activities with Medicaid. I don't think we're done seeing what they want to do. There's still lots of guidelines that need to be done. I did by chance, I say by chance because I didn't put in for a request, but I was appointed by the new president, J.D. Clark, who is from Texas, as the chair of the health committee. And so happy to take on any topics that anyone related to health, hospitals, and so on wish me to take to the federal platform, because NACO is a loud voice, and mostly we vote unanimously in our health steering policy because we all kind of feel the same way. So I'll stop there, and my calendar is pretty wide open this week other than SLR. I do have some constituents to meet, CSAC meeting as well, and going to our Lake County Fire Protection District meeting. But other than that, I have some fairly wide open until the month starts over. And so I'll be back here on Tuesday ready to go with our 429-page stack of paperwork to go through.
Okay. Let me see. Thursday I think there's the MAHA project will be coming before the Planning Commissioner at 10 a.m. And I believe there's a zero admissions vehicle infrastructure plan at the Clear Lake City Hall coming up on Thursday as well at 5:30. Grand jury selections at 9 a.m. I also have a Friday night rodeo at 6:30 at my place, and that's for the Middletown Rodeo. I'm going to be meeting with the school board, or the superintendent of the Middletown High School or schools on Monday. I'm trying to get a meeting with Caltrans for this week, and I'll be going over the agenda. This last week I was in Sacramento with Vice Chair Rasmussen at the CSAC training, our final training, and then I was in Texas most of the week and got home last night for a wedding.
Sure, just one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
I forgot to mention that at NACO, I did join us into the Rural Energy Committee. Just because of the conversations we've had, I thought at least getting my name on there so that we can start receiving information, and happy to pass that on to anybody who wants to be involved and follow that up. But I just wanted to make sure that Lake County was there.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, it was a really busy week in NACO. I had a panel with the Public Lands, had a work day, all day work day. So I was on a panel talking about wildfire and community preparedness and mitigation with another commissioner from Oregon and some folks from New Mexico. And so that was a really great discussion. We, hit on a lot of things that we normally hit on, the need for continued federal investment in mitigation. I think that's across the board, something that everyone recognizes needs to continue. And then later that afternoon, the Intergovernmental Disaster Reform Task Force, which is the NACO Task Force for Reforming FEMA, met, and we talked about a lot of the same things. Again, we actually had the previous head of FEMA talk about his recommendations, which are pretty wild. But we do have legislation going before Congress starting in August. And so there's potentially 2 more fly-ins, one in September and one in October. I'm just not sure what the dates are, if I'll be able to do it, but I at least hope to get to the final one in October with our recommendations that really include a lot of things that we've been talking about. I feel like I'm just repeating myself over and over, but it's been really important work. There's I think it's about 23 other electeds from around the country, from all different backgrounds and all different types of community, so different political backgrounds. So it was really good that everyone has a strong. We all strongly believe in basically the same things. We need FEMA to stay in place first and foremost. And we need it to continue to invest in disasters and respond to disasters. And there is a lot of suggestions that we've been making to make the organization better. So it's been a really good year of work. Now that we've got the legislation coming together, it's a lot more advocacy. The next step and it's on the 12th. We are having a meeting. It's on Tuesdays. I may have to step out for that meeting because we're going to meet with, it's a similar group, but it's all mayors from around the country. And so that way we'll be able to really consolidate our support more effectively as we go into the next session for this legislation. So that was that. And then I also chaired a workshop on restoring the grid during a disaster, and also the work that needs to happen ahead of disasters during blue skies time. And so that was with 2 commissioners and also utilities on how you pre-plan that work and work with the community and communication. So that was really interesting. That was a 2.5-hour workshop with a tabletop exercise. And then came home. And in my Energy, Environment, and Land Use Policy Committee, we did adopt quite a few resolutions that did make it through. But one of them is that currently FEMA does not allow fire suppression infrastructure to be upgraded under their grant programs. And so, we think that that's a pretty easy fix. So we're able to move that one along too, and hopefully we'll get traction with that as well, because that just seems maybe like it was an oversight at one point. This week, tomorrow, I've got my NCO board meeting Thursday, starting at 8 a.m. There is the CMAT, the Community Mitigation Assistance Team, that we did that big project here. I want to say it was in 2021. First one done in California with the help of the U.S. Forest Service. So they're celebrating 10 years of that program. So that is a celebratory 8 a.m. meeting. And the RRA Best Fits Grant meeting, and then I'm attending the Inside Washington NACO call. And then the Resilient Hub Work Group, I'm a strong maybe on that one. And then I might try and make Thule boat stuff on Friday because I have some time. And yep, Monday meeting with CAO Parker and then back on Tuesday for our special meeting.
All right. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, last week I was with Supervisor Owen. We finished the final session of new supervisor training put on by CSAC. They did a nice job, even took us to their facility, and so we'd have a chance to see it before they start remodel, which is starting anytime now. So that was good. We had Scotts Valley Community Advisory Council meeting last night. I want to thank Water Resources for being there to present about projects in the Scotts Valley area, as well as Sonoma Clean Power was online to do the presentation for that town hall, and that went well. There was some good questions. So let's see, and I'm going to try to go to the grand jury impanelment on Friday. And then I wanted to thank Susan, Johanna, Pam for giving our intern an opportunity to work in the board meeting today. Nancy Rozika, she's one of our interns we hired with discretionary money that I brought forward, so I'm glad to see that program being successful. Thank you, that's it.
All right. That covers the calendars, so it looks like we have one last item, and that is our 7.2. Sitting as the Lake County Air Quality Management District Board of Directors, continued discussion of the draft replacement fee schedule rules. And we have the department here, or the district, sorry. I always say the wrong thing.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry, we have tons of materials just in case you have questions. So, I'm Doug Garrett. I'm the Air Pollution Control Officer for the Lake County Air Quality Management District. And this is a continuation of the fee rule update discussion from the workshop and hearings held on June 10th and June 15th, 2025. And so we provided a couple additional Excel spreadsheets for you with more details, which we'll go through shortly. But as you know, the district's proposing to repeal the existing fee rule, replace them with new fee rule and structure. The new structure is intended to provide clarity and better transparency for district fees. Air pollution has significant costs to the community. In the short term, regulations are expensive, but the long-term medical and health benefits of reducing air pollution is more than tenfold the cost of regulation. More details on this, there's multiple studies of the costs and benefits of the Clean Air Act from 1990 to 2020 that show the benefits of regulation versus air pollution and health costs. What we have currently in Lake County is that local industries emitting air pollution have received significant economic advantage for the past 30 years due to the undercharging of actual costs. The proposed fee increase is to bring all sources emitting air pollution to a point where they are paying the cost of the regulatory programs required by law to regulate their contribution to air pollution within the community. The district has carried many of these programs primarily as a result of short staffing and through ensuring that statewide regulations are avoided in attainment areas. But times have changed, and the legislature and state agencies no longer recognize the unique nature of attainment areas, as many of the regulations that have been passed in recent years require reporting and other things related to climate change, regional air pollution, and not just localized impacts. So as a result, the district is unable to keep up and cannot continue to meet our obligations. Failure to properly regulate air pollution regulate air pollution sources increases impacts in the community increasing medical costs, emergency response costs, and increases illness and early death. The attachments provided for today's workshop show the costs of implementing fees upon a 4-year and a 5-year schedule for your consideration. The fee revenue is calculated to estimate the high-end potential fees paid by existing sources. These tables show the total revenue from the proposed sources for each year of implementation. Below that is the estimated current fee schedule revenue, assuming a CPI of 3%. So that would be with our current fee schedule. We didn't change the regulation, and we just did 3% CPI year after year. The row below that is the estimated permit revenue increase that will result from the new fee schedule. So this is new fee minus the current fee schedule estimates. Below that, we have the estimated salary costs, and this is based on 5 full-time equivalent employees, and this includes the MOU increases, step increases, and other anticipated increases in staffing costs related to our current staffing. So this does not include hiring new staff. This is just with our current staffing levels. Now then, following that, we have the estimated operating costs for the district. These are all of the costs except the staff salary and benefits costs. Now, we do assume a 10% increase year over year for the operating costs. And this includes utilities, insurance, cost to the county, 87, all of the other expenses, just equipment expenses for us have gone up 100% in 10 years. So for replacement equipment. So and we did talk to Stephen Carter, and he did acknowledge and approve of the 10% as a completely reasonable number for us to use. So the last row that you see at the very bottom of the chart is the revenue estimate that would be available for increasing staff levels. This calculation takes into account the estimated actual revenue received from permit fees minus the estimated actual staffing and operating expenses. So the first couple of years will be difficult, and we will be burning through salary savings and probably into our operating reserves over the next few years with our current staffing levels. So as related to new sources, California Health and Safety Code 42311 states every person applying for a permit, notwithstanding Section 6103 of the Government Code, shall pay the fees required by the schedule. So this is where state law is fairly explicit that anyone applying for a permit shall pay the fee that is required by the fee schedule. So existing sources renewing their permits are not subject to this section. And so far in 2025, we've received 17 applications. 15 of them have been for generators. So one was for the carbonizer, and then we have one for an aggregate crusher. So that's the total applications we've received so far this year. This fee proposal is based on cost recovery. The calculations are based on actual time required to perform the work. We are currently not meeting our mandates, and we may be subject to repercussions of the state or EPA. District staff has made great efforts to avoid major fee increases in the past, especially during disasters and economic difficulties in the county, but this is no longer sustainable. Increasing staff levels to perform the functions and having new staff in training is essential to the district's success and clean air for the community. So that's the introductory statement. We have our memo and our attachments, and we can go through and discuss any of the topics or issues that you would like to from here.
All right. Anything else to add? Just teasing. All right, any questions here?
I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
I had somebody contact me with this particular question. The gas station permits, this portion of it is mine, are those yearly permits to operate?
Yes,
Reoccurring a fee?
every permit is an annual permit. Districts are limited to issuing a permit on
Okay.
an annual basis.
And then are the native gas stations, do they have to pay that as well?
They do not.
do not. Or the
They do not pay.
fees?
They can voluntarily apply, go through the permitting but
Okay.
no, they do not.
So that was a question somebody had asked me. And then are you open to, or what would we need to do? One of the big issues with our cannabis is you had stated that the county didn't want to monitor the odors of that. Is that something that we could do and add a fee onto that? I know that we have not done it.
Yeah, that would be up to this board to decide. And we do have, that's why we put in a bunch of space holders within our fee schedule, because there may be things that we want to or need to or are required to regulate in the future that we don't know of yet. So that would be where we create a fee schedule at that time once we know what those things are.
Okay, and have you looked into any of that equipment? Do you have an estimate on what the cost would be?
On cannabis?
Or odor, yes, particular.
No, we don't at this point. So.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Supervisor Sabatier?
So I appreciate you coming back with the breakdowns that we requested. I feel like the numbers are not exactly correct because I'm the type of person that just recreates what I see to make sure of things, and I did not get 1,499,575. When I went line by line and added them all together, it was around 1.63 or 1.62 million. It was a little bit more than that. But if you look...
If I could interrupt you real quick, there was, I forgot to mention this, there was a typo in the document we provided earlier, not the one that was attached to the agenda, but for the last meeting, and that had as one of the aggregate extraction permits, and it's listed under the category 3, permit to operate. It says there are 52 of them, and it's actually 5. So we did correct that in this update, and I forgot to mention that. I apologize for that.
And no worries, I went specifically just from this new one that you had provided us.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, no, and there, I think I had other little slight differences between the last one. You may have taken out some lines or something, because some of them are no longer, some of them are still on there as being dropped. But I'm looking at the 3% increase. Not that I think we need to do a 3% increase. I see where you end up if we are looking at just the 25% or 20% and things like that. But it would appear that we're somewhere in the range between 650,000 and 693,000 estimated current fee schedule without the 3% in the future, because the 3% leads it up to 693. So to go from 650 plus to 1.5 million is a increase of $900,000. And so I'm glad we're looking at it in steps, because the first request was that everything happened in 1 year, and that is a huge increase in 1 year. And that's just for the current people who are active here in Lake County that have facilities that require inspections and fees and annual things. That's an additional $900,000 that we would be asking them for. And I don't know what word to use, but that is monstrous. That's a huge request in one time. I've reviewed, not fully in depth, but looking at their past budgets, they do show some increases of about 3% in revenues. Granted, some of that can be specific grants, so I would like to assume that there's potential for that to continue. I haven't heard of those things disappearing, at least yet from the state of California. Maybe federally that might be an issue, but I will admit that some of those revenues may have been one-time grants, but still showing about a 3% increase. And then about the similar amount and these are actuals, not the estimates, similar amount in our expenditures. Granted, we've also had some staff savings from having vacancies, and we're looking to fill those up and make sure. I would like to believe that we passed a balanced budget where currently we believe that around the 693,000, which I didn't check to see if that's the revenues we anticipate from the fees in our budget, but I would like to believe that's what was anticipated, that the appropriations are matching what we anticipated to get without necessarily this specific increase being suggested to us. The average increase, I don't have the specifics. I needed to finish counting, but I mean, there's some that are, if you do at the 100% level, there's some that are 3,495% increase. There's some that are as small as I see 283, I see 132, 108. So there's some that are very small, but then there's some that are enormous in the jump that we're looking at. So I think we have to do a step process in order to get them into a place where they're not going to end up in the negatives. For example, if you look at the 25% increase, they still show that they would be at a negative 165,000. The second year, they would be at 26,000. Now, based on the fact that I'm seeing an increase of about 3 or 4% in trend in their expenditure plan, again, that could be based on expenditures, based on grants. This idea of a 10% increase per year is a little tough for me to swallow, that is the average that we should be looking at. So I think that's a little bit of a steep expectation to see that. I know we've closed our offices. I know we've had delays in our processes. But to go from that extreme, which nobody wanted to see, including your department, that's not what you want, to some 3,000% increases and an average probably of around 300. I don't have it in front of me. I'm just guessing. An average of about 300% increase, not including some that were not that priced at all. They had zero. Now they have a number. It's hard for me to tell what that increase would have been. Number one, I want a one-year review to better understand the impact of this, because the numbers that I'm having to see and look at are huge and impactful. But I also want to make sure you have some level of funding to find ways to be more efficient in your process, whether that's technology, in computers, in software, whatever. Because I want to save the number of hours that it takes you to be able to do these things rather than increase the cost because it continuously takes you 4 or 5 hours. And sometimes I think technology actually slows us down because we have to do more things. And so whatever that way is, I would love to find it, because I would like to believe that we can find ways to be more efficient in the way that we do things. I'm guessing in your mind, you would like to add somebody to your allocation of positions in order to conquer all of these permits that you're doing, which would then decrease the amount of time it takes. I'm feeling stuck between a rock and a hard place. So in my opinion, I'm not willing to go to the 100% of this, because I don't feel comfortable saying that it might take 4 years, it might take 5 years, but I'm going to go 100% where it's going to be 4,000% increase on 3,500 on some of these. So I'm willing to go 50, 60%, maybe 3 steps in the 5-year plan, 2 steps in the 4-year plan, and then re-investigate where we are. But I also want the 1 year, and I guess I'll leave it there. There's such a huge number that we're being faced with in one time, and I get it, it's from 1996 that no increases has happened. And I hope that's never the case again, so that we don't have to see that monstrous of an increase. But I'm uncomfortable with the idea that today I say that there's going to be $1 million more going into air quality when I'm not sure I've been proven that it's needed at this moment in time. If it was in a 1 year, let alone now we're asking you for 4 or 5 years. And if it's a new, it goes at the 100% right away. And my understanding is I can't get picky and say they follow the old rules or this split rule, which I don't understand, but I'm willing to let that one slide, I guess. But I'm uncomfortable. It's too large of a number for me to swallow. I've tried better understanding. The numbers don't exactly match what numbers I get when I redo the math. And I just, that's my offer.
I did have one more thing. I don't know that I can support the increases to this level either. I know that we do need an increase. However, I feel that we're just getting a little out of control where people are not being able to operate. And that's been my issue in a number of different areas throughout the county. The cost to people to a crematorium for animals or whatever it might be, that it's increased to the point that it's affecting people, and we're driving a lot of businesses out of California because our rates are just too high. I mean, In-N-Out Burger's leaving, you know. It's just, we're not allowing people to become entrepreneurs and open businesses.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understood the proposal from Supervisor Sabatier. So are you saying, for example, if we went with, like, just for example, a 5-year plan that's in front of us, that would be essentially 20% a year, then are you saying 50% of that on the first year?
So what I was
Not quite understanding.
And I apologize, and thank you for the question. I'll help clarify. If it's a 5-year, I'm willing to do the 3 years, which would be 60% increase. If it's a 4-year that we're looking at, I'd be willing to do the first 2 years where it's just up to 50%. So I'm willing to do half of what's being offered, not to the 100%, which the 4-year, that would make it 100%. If we did a 4 years, if we did 5 years, that would be at 100%. I would be willing to do the half of what's being offered, which would lead us to 50% on the 4-year plan. So which would cut it back to 2 years, which would only reach 50% of the offered total proposal. And if we did the 5-year plan, I offer 50% of that, which, let's go up rather than down, which would lead us to the 3rd year, which would be 60% of the proposed 100%. And it shows that it would be in the positive during that year, which is why I'm willing to stop at that year and re-gauge where we are. Because it says on year 2, for the 25% per year increase, they would be in the positives of 23,000. Now, I don't want to leave it there. I want to re-engage and review where are we, how is this impacting things and whatnot. And same thing with year 3 of the 5-year plan. It shows it would be in a positive, and I think at that point we've put them in the right position to have the conversation again, rather than continue it to the 100% where I get uncomfortable. I hope that did not muddy it up any further.
I don't know about just cutting everything in half. I feel like the better thing to do is to say, some of these are too high for us. Can you just bring it back again? Because, I mean, can you really just talk about how you got to some of these? Because some of these are really, really high.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think we need to understand that rather than just across the board making cuts without, hearing from you and really understanding the impact of your department and why some of these are so high and why less are so high.
Okay. Yeah, what we did to come up with this fee schedule, I mean, we spent multiple years working on this, and it is strictly based on the time that it takes to issue the permit and the time it takes to do the annual required enforcement inspections, reporting, and everything that goes with each type of the permit. Like gas stations jumped significantly because there were no regulations on gas stations in 1996, and now they are heavily regulated, and the requirements are much more significant, and they require a lot more staff time. So we've had to correct that and come back and say, $300 to $500 for a gas station. I mean, that just gives us enough time to even just read the application and figure out which, certified system they're using. But then we have to go through and evaluate every single piece of equipment they're putting in, make sure it actually qualifies within that system. There's tons of review that goes into it now that did not exist 20, 30 years ago. So there's things like that that have changed, and some of these that have jumped significantly, it's because the regulations have changed so much on those sources over the last 10, 20 years that we now have to do a lot more work. I mean, just agricultural diesel engines, that's 2008 is when those became regulated. Generators became in 2005. So, I mean, these are all fairly recent things that have been added to the significant workload. So.
And have you looked at other counties and how they're, I'm sure you have, I'm sure that.
Oh, I've read every fee rule in the state, so. The biggest issue that we have is most air districts use motor vehicle fees to cover a lot of these costs rather than, so yes, our fees are going to be a little bit higher than a lot of air districts, not significantly higher, but most air districts get, of our size, get $600,000 in motor vehicle fees that they use to subsidize all of these programs. So that covers all of their air monitoring, most of their inspections, most of their complaint response, all their administration, all their working with county, all those costs are covered through motor vehicle fees. So every person who has a vehicle pays $3 to $6 to the air district. We were precluded from doing that for years and years because we were attainment. And then Prop 26 came into place, and then the state changed the law to lift that requirement because they were worried that air districts that were receiving motor vehicle fees would have to stop receiving them when they came into attainment. But they put in their staff report at the legislature that we know this will not help any attainment district because of the Prop 26 limitations. So they acknowledge that it's not going to help us. We're the only ones that were impacted by it. But they did it anyway because everyone else needed it, and they didn't give us the authority to approve it. So that's the biggest issue that we face, is that we don't have that revenue source that every other district in the state was able to implement.
When you start winning, they give you more hurdles to jump over.
Yes. We were penalized for being attainment.
It's horrible.
No, I know.
So,
Yeah.
but if it's going to bring in at 100%, 150 million, at 50%, that'd be around, 75 million? Or no, 750 million. I mean, thousand, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's still a big increase.
Yeah. Yeah. But, as we've estimated, costs are going up and we have to increase our staffing. I mean, as we've talked before, we have to, because we can't keep people for long term, we're having retention issues. That we can hire people, but they are all new staff. So it takes a year or two to train them.
Mm-hmm.
So we have this constant turnover. So when we lose our full staff, we're shut down for a year while we train people. So we're having to increase our staffing so that we constantly have that training turnover. So we have people in training who can take over the positions should someone leave at that point. So our staffing levels have to increase just for that reason. Plus we have all the additional regulations and requirements that we've been avoiding for as long as we can, but we're hitting a point where I just got 5 emails today reminding me, hey, we need this. And we have a technical systems audit from EPA coming, which is going to take 3 weeks, 4 weeks of time for our whole staff. So we're basically going to have to shut down for 3 to 4 weeks to deal with the EPA over a air monitoring audit because it's so extensive. So there's a lot of things that happen, and there's a lot of regulations. So that's why this is coming to you, and we know it should have come to you 10 years ago, but we kept putting it off because 10 years ago we had the Valley Fire. And then, everything that happened after that, we keep putting it off. And we finally hit a point where with that last round of pay increases 3 years ago, we were able to absorb that with salary savings. But we've hit the point now we're trying to staff up. We're against we've hit a rock. We're between a rock and a hard place on this one.
Go ahead.
I know we talked about this, but can you just explain it again? If we're under some sort of a timeline to get this done, or we're going to have to wait another year?
Yeah.
How does that, can you explain that again?
Okay. With the process that we have to go through, because we have to send these to EPA, ARB, the state of California, for review before it can come back to this board for final approval. and get it submitted through the state to EPA for inclusion in our SIP, State Implementation Plan, to change our rules. To get that done before fire season so that we can have the burn ban change and all the fire season stuff changed, we have to start working on that right away. So we're, at this point, if we need to get those done, we either have to move all of them or we have to move those separately, and then we'll come back to this at some future time. But that's probably will be winter 2026 before we can really get a full proposal back.
Supervisor Sabatier?
So a couple of questions and things. So I'm still in the same place. I know that I'm picking and choosing a random percentage, but it's not super random. It's, again, to follow what you're offering, trusting that your time study, I can't question it because I don't know any more than what you've provided, and that's how you got these numbers. And based on what work is needed in order to accomplish the work that is in front of you on an annual basis, you've provided us a draft for a 4-year plan and a 5-year plan where we can identify where you will be in the positive. And so that is why I chose those numbers, so that we have a pause at that point to have another discussion. And my personal opinion versus my professional opinion is slightly different. I would love to say, let's do 3 years and then do that, but that leaves you in the negative for an extra year versus if I do it on the 2-year. Yeah. Because on the 4-year plan, you get to the positives by year 2. And I don't know what we are gonna have to do on year 2 on a 5-year plan if you're in the negatives consistently as you are showing us on this. Okay. And so that is why I am moving towards the 4-year plan and splitting that in half and having a conversation. That gives us 2 years, which maybe I'm asking for the impossible. Maybe we're asking for the impossible, where we ask to add to our lobbyists to lobby for us to get changes and amendments done to Prop 26, where potentially that can get you some funding that will prohibit us from having to increase it any further, because that will take care of that. Again, maybe asking for the impossible, but that gives us a 2-year window to try to get other money that other people are accessing that we're unable to access. And based on where we are in today's world versus when Prop 26 passed, maybe there'll be a better comfort zone to saying yes. I don't know. Maybe financially no, but maybe philosophically yes. And then my last question is, where did you get the $125 an hour? Is that your fee? Is that everyone's fee? Or is that the starting fee for the lowest position in your staff classifications?
That is an average fee for the staff that would be doing permitting and the type of work that's generally under this revenue or this fee schedule. So it's total cost of the staff plus overhead, all the things that are attached with that staff, because our fees pay for everything of the district. Permit fees pay for staffing, overhead, all operational costs of the district.
That's compounded.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay. So, well, that was my main point was, I think we should do 2 years, again, half of the 4-year plan, use our lobbyists, try to see if we can get the money that other districts are accessing and see if we can get that, and that can bring us back to a conversation at 2 years. How do we plan to move forward? We can bring this back and just say continue on and resubmit that for continuation, or I know that gets complicated and I know I'm making it horrible for you at that point in time, but there's a political aspect to this that needs to be talked about, that this is harsh. It's necessary from your perspective, but from the perspective of the user, it feels like a huge anvil dropped on your head.
Yeah.
We're the only county, right? So maybe it wouldn't be that difficult, right? I'm just.
We did try through the California Air Pollution Control Officers Association. They did look at the requirements, and they made changes to that regulation again, and they decided not to include the ability for Lake County to implement that fee, because the legislature could have approved it because they have a supermajority.
When was that?
Would have given you a couple of years ago. That would have given you the ability to implement it if you desired to, and they decided not to take that because it was too political.
We did not have lobbyists.
Right.
Are you saying back a couple years, 2010?
No, like in the last couple of years. I'd have to look back and see it's.
Scores or couple? Scores? Years or
Was
like
it in the
2 or 3,
2020s?
2020s?
I believe it was in the
Okay.
2020s, yes. Yes. So, but I think they changed AB8 or it was the successor to it. I have to look it up.
Gotcha, gotcha.
So, but I will, just as a response, just so you're aware of the process, the way the fee rule, the way the laws work for air districts, we adopt a fee schedule. So if we adopt a fee schedule that is 50% of where the target is right now, we cannot come back and increase that by more than 15% per year after that. The only reason we're able to increase it more at this point in time is because we are completely rebuilding the structure. We're repealing the old fee rule and implementing a completely new structure with a completely new mechanism, which allows us a little more flexibility. But coming back and changing the fees and just increasing the fees will limit us to 15% per year. And right now, as I mentioned, the gas stations, it would take 21 years to get to cost recovery for gas stations.
Okay, so we have to adopt the 4 or 5 year plan as a reconstruction, right?
Well,
if
you can adopt whatever you would like.
No, right, but if we just, and then after that, you can't increase more than 12%. Is that right? So, I mean, can we
15.
do a longer spread? More than 5 years?
Yeah. I mean, I would, if you'd like to do a longer spread, start it, if we do starting at like at 20% and then do a 15 and a 10 or something, something like that so that we can, because if we take the longer spread and say over 10 years and do 10% per year, we're going to be, we will not have any reserves left. We will have burned through everything by the time we get to that point of cost of being at zero cost. So, right. And like right now we have probably a $50,000 to $60,000 expenditure that we have to make immediately just because we had a weather station tower fall over. The equipment failed and it destroyed, so we have to replace all that right now. So we're looking at, with our reserves, 50,000 probably coming out in the next month. So I'm just saying, yes, you can, and it would just be nice. It would be nice in order to be able to operate and not run into the negatives to have a little more of a phasing.
But, okay,
So.
you hear what we're saying, right?
Yes.
We cannot put this on our constituents.
Yeah.
So you have to help us figure out a different way. Like, we can lobby this and try and hopefully maybe get some legislation to help us.
Right.
But we can't adopt this the way that
Yeah.
it is. It's way too harsh. So can you help us figure out something else?
But it won't be anytime. We'll have to work through the burn rules first now, is what we'll be doing. So we'll deal with the burn rules, and then we'll have to come back to this, and
think that's what
we'll have to burn through our. I mean, at this point, if that's the way we would like to go, then I mean, would you rather us hire a consultant to do a full study and evaluation and come up with a plan? I mean, that's another option as well. But I will say that the studies I've seen, we would end up, these numbers would probably be higher. So, we're trying to be as conservative as possible, but, consultants aren't necessarily that way. So I wouldn't want to bring one back that says, burn permits should be $500, because Mendocinos came back and said they should be $1,000. So, because, I mean, that's just the realism of, yeah. So.
Supervisor Sabatier.
I guess I'm still not fully comprehending if we can increase it to whatever, not we please, I don't mean to put it in that way, but to what we believe is the right amount for today's workload and the cost of the work being done. What prohibits us from doing it again in the future?
Health and Safety Code has limitations for doing strictly just a fee increase on your existing fee schedule.
Even if you have a nexus study of sorts, which is kind of what you're offering us.
Yeah.
And so what's the timeline until the next time that you're allowed to do that?
There is none. It is strictly limited to if you're only doing a fee increase, you are limited to 15% per year. If you are, the only reason we're able to do this is because we're repealing the existing fee rule and we're completely rebuilding a new fee rule with a completely new structure and every permit gets reviewed and they'll be issued new permits. There's a whole process that is going into this that has created an opportunity to increase it to where it needs to be. But phased, but what you have to adopt is you have to adopt the fee schedule of the target where you want to end up, and then the implementation is part of the way it's implemented is a separate thing. So we'll be adopting that as well with that fee schedule, but you adopt the fee schedule as the final numbers that you want to end up at.
And if we adopt a fee schedule that is approved, are we allowed to say this year we don't feel like going all the way to the next 25%? We feel like going to 5%? Is that the maximum that we can make people pay, and we don't have to follow what we said? We can go a little lower, we just can't go higher?
That's correct. There is a mechanism.
Okay.
It's in the rule and it's in health and safety code. So in the first paragraphs of the rule, it defines that we can make that determination that we do not need the funds for the year. And if we have, say we do 3 recruitments and we can't hire anyone, so we don't have staff costs for the year, we can then decrease that permit fee for the following year until we need those funds. Because, if we don't have staff, we don't have funds. We don't need the funding. So, and that's where I would say we would come back with a policy to, so we'd have a reserve policy and that we would come back with to, get direction.
And I mean, it's kind of like our appropriations. We're limited of how much appropriations Lake County or other counties can have based on what the Department of Finance tells us we can spend, things like that. So it would be your limitation, but that doesn't mean it has to be all the way there.
Right.
I don't disagree with the comments made by Supervisor Pyska, but I also don't think we need to keep waiting because we know that you've had problems in the past that we don't want you to have, because that is not the way we want any of our departments to be engaged with by our constituents. And that's not healthy for you or staff to have to deal with that.
Right.
And to say, let's go ahead and go through the burn only to get back to this eventually just means you're going to go into the negatives and start eating up what you don't have in order to continue to do what you're doing. So I know I'm pulling stuff completely out of thin air, but again, aiming at the 50%, if we're at 25 and 25, then the rest can be 10. And then just say, let's meet again in 2 years and see if we made some changes, if it's still necessary to continue, and if we've changed legislation and opened up some other pots of money for you, and maybe the 10% can be decreased. But I don't want you to have to come back. And I know I'm throwing up random numbers, but I'm trying to figure out how to make this work so that you can be in the positive and continue to see an increase, but also we come back and have a healthy discussion of where we will be.
Right. Yeah, that would be completely reasonable, 25, 25, and then 10 or whatever after that. And what
like
I'll
a
say
7-year
is-
plan.
Yeah, and what it would be is annually we would, as part of our draft budget hearing, we'll give you an update and then where we're at on revenues, expenditures, and everything. And at that point, we get direction. When we come back for the final budget, we make the appropriate changes. So, but that would be our annual update, and discussion would be at our draft budget hearing. And that gives us time before we do all our billing for the year, everything, so that we could have that information and get direction.
I am willing to offer that compromise.
I think I can get on board with that one.
I was fine with the 5-year because I asked for it. The only thing I wasn't really sure on was the $34 for the burn permits, which it states right now, right? And then it says 63, and then it doesn't really give a breakout. It just says 129, 129K.
It almost feels like it's 63 from year one.
Yeah, so, but either way, if that's the consensus of the board, I'll go with the proposed.
As it's written, that is the way it is. So if you want to implement a 2-step or a 3-step for the burn permit fees, then that's where I would need some guidance from this board.
I just feel like if we go from 34 to 63, people are just going to burn, and they're not even going to try to get a permit, and, yeah.
Yeah, I will say that they do that now, just for the 34, but I understand the point, and so it's just, what's the direction of the board and what we would like to see for an implementation of that? Because we come in with what's the final number we need, and then we have to come up with a plan on how to implement it. So, and that's where we're at with this workshop.
So real quick, while we think about it one more time, let's open it up to the public so that way, if there's anyone that's still tuning in with us, no? All right, just making sure. All right, close public comment, and I don't know where we're at exactly.
I'll just say the burn permits, out of all the increases, while I think it's important that we have burn permits and that people have accessible, it's only 117% difference. I mean, I don't mean to put the only, it's still 100% more, so more than twice as much. But in comparison to some of the others, that is not my big concern of what can or can't be afforded in comparison. Those that are at the 3,000%, that's where my concerns lie and why I want to see that split happening. And I appreciate that you're willing to compromise with us and looking at a different type of plan as well, because I think we need to find that plan, but we also need to figure out how to keep air quality here and not behind in all the work that they're doing, having to close their office again. That's something I would like to eliminate. And so saying no and come back only tells you, please do what you've always done. And it's going to end up with another hard conversation in the future as you go back into the same old, same old. So I don't want to do the same old, same old.
Thank you.
The fact that that we don't have to increase it, having the ability, but not necessarily increasing if we don't need it, I'd be able to support that.
Yeah, it's a weird way to do it, but it's an automatic increase that we cannot accept. So it's kind of a weird, but that's how it works, yes.
Yeah, having the ability, I still have a huge issues with the increases, of course, but we have to be able to operate. But the fact that we don't have to implement the increases, and especially if we can get the legislation to change here in the state, that would help.
And if I may, I will say that we have spent many years fighting to avoid as many regulations in Lake County as possible. And it's just with the recent changes in the past 5 to 10 years, it's become much more difficult. So, and as you know, they don't acknowledge that we're attainment. So
they don't really care. Actually, our air is not that clean, according to CARB, that they told me.
Yes. So,
all right. All right, where are we at? Lloyd?
Just confirming if staff has received, has understood the direction of the board as far as it relates to these fees, how it's being proposed to be structured now with the 2 years. So
I was going to confirm.
Yeah.
The last offer that I placed on the table was first year 25%, second year 25%, the next 5 years 10% each. So that's a total of 7 years to make the 100%. And every year we during the budget we review what the increase request is to approve those increases with a maximum of the numbers that were just provided.
But, so we're going, with 10%, we're coming in less than, but
The 12.
the 12.
But no, because what we're the 15% increase limit that's in health and safety code would be 15% increase over their existing permit fee. And the 10% is 10% of the difference from their existing fee to the new fee. So it's we're looking at a total different thing. So
if there's ever the need to increase again, because 10 is not enough, we can do an additional 15, whether it's 10% already there or back
I
at
just
zero.
wanted to make sure that we weren't locking ourselves into a lower number, but it
Right.
sounds like we'll
Yeah.
still have that flexibility.
yeah.
And then that would stay for the life of this approved, adopted fee schedule. In other words, we couldn't relook at that until that was all expired and we were going to revamp the whole thing again, like we're doing today.
Yeah, if it's part of the rule adoption, then the only thing would be if it needed to be increased sooner than the 7 years.
That's where we would
And
evaluate
that's-
it at each year.
Well, no, because we couldn't, once we adopt that schedule,
Yeah.
then we're stuck to that as our maximum.
With that 15%,
So-
we can't go higher than that within that 7 years.
Well, if we adopt it as 25-25, then 10-10-10-10, that is the implementation schedule that we have adopted with our rule, and that goes to the state EPA, gets approved, federally enforceable. We're stuck with that. We can go less, but we can't go more.
Is this too substantive of a change to make today? Do we need to have a new schedule for the public for us to adopt?
Well, you're not adopting it today, so this is just a
Okay.
workshop to get direction.
Oh, this is
So-
our workshop.
Yep,
That's right.
yep.
Okay,
This
so
is just
you
getting
will be-
direction so that we can get the final draft ready, get it to the state and EPA for comment, and then bring it back to this board with all the legal noticing and everything
Okay.
for adoption at a later date, with all the other rules.
And just wanted to mention again, I'm okay in offering that we do the full for the burn permit.
I'm okay with the full for the burn permit too.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
But it's okay.
Okay. I do expect a couple phone calls this year.
Still cheaper than hauling it.
Yeah. But the dump bins are actually fairly cheap still, so there are the dumpsters you can get that are actually very affordable, so.
It's still more than $63.
It is, but the small dump bins, if you only have a little bit of material, it's not much more.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to spend all day burning. You can fill it up over a week and when you have time. And
So do you
haul it
have
away.
direction? You think we're at a good place? I think everybody, not everybody, but the board seems to be amenable to what you propose, Supervisor Sabatier.
I hope I didn't make a mistake.
10. We okay with that? Is that the direction we want to go?
Mhm.
I was good at 5 years and all that, so that's what I asked for.
Yeah, I was good with the
Yeah.
5 years before, so this is okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
Looks like
you
we
very
have
much.
it.
We'll
Anything
work on
else,
this.
Lloyd, maybe, that we might have missed? All right, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And in about a month and a half or so, you'll see us again.
I think that covers everything on the agenda. And so we will now adjourn. I don't see the time, so, at 4:37.